Welcome! Welcome to tonight's D&D one-shot. This is True Mouse Games, as usual, and my name is Alex, and I have the honor, as always, of being your game master for the evening. This is our adventure, The Horror of Haverbog, and this is a 5th level adventure, and we have 4 players joining us tonight. We have David, Joseph, Robert, and Robin as our players. You will see their characters very soon. And just as a quick introduction, this is supposed to be more of a horror-themed D&D thing, which is something I've never tried before. So we will be trying to add some atmosphere to the whole thing, and we'll see how it goes. This will be a pretty rough adventure, I'm pretty sure, for our player characters, so hopefully they will not die, and if they do, it's like a horror movie. Sometimes everyone dies. Anyway, you all have fun, and we will be jumping straight into it. This is the Horror of Haverbog. Welcome, friends. Sit and listen as the shadows grow longer, as night falls and the light dies. Listen to the tale of the small town of Haverbog and hear of the horror that came upon it. The people of Haverbog, living on the edge of a vast swampland, are used to facing many dangers. There are evil spirits in the bog, deadly beasts stalking the mists, and blood-sucking bats gliding through the darkness. All this and more the brave people of Haverbog have survived so far, holding their torches high and their spears in steady hands. But now, over 20 townfolk have disappeared, amongst them several children and even babies. Inhuman voices whisper in the night, and yellow eyes stare from the shadows. This is a horror even the brave people of Haverbog cannot face alone. Mayor Orman has sent out word, 800 gold for the ones that can rid his town of this menace. Enter our heroes. Let us see what fate holds in store for them. Will they rise triumphant, winning riches and fame? Or will they, like so many before them, drown in the darkness? Join us and see. Alright, this adventure starts on a rainy autumn afternoon, about 3 hours before night falls, as our heroes, our group of 4 heroes, approaches the town of Haverbog. You can see a couple 100 yards in front of you, there is a tall wooden wall about maybe 20 feet high and a large double gate made of wood, which seems closed. To your left are a few not particularly great looking fields and a few small streams running through them. To your right, on the horizon, you can see the brown and dark green blotch of color that is the actual bogland. And as you approach the gate, I will give all of you, the players, a chance of introducing your character really quickly, what they are doing and how they are walking and what they look like. And we will be starting from my right and going to my left, which means we will be starting with Robin and his character.
Hello all, my name is Robin Johannesson, and today I will be playing the Great Giorgio, or Furball, as he's known between his friends. He's a wizard, he's a gnome, actually, he's a deep gnome, and he is, like all good gnomes, beneath a meter high, and almost a meter broad, because he's very fond of food. Today he is walking together with his friends. He has a backpack with all his belongings, and he looks up at a huge gate, a bit worried. He hopes he will be able to do his trickery here to earn his money.
Okay, and that is Furball, or the Great Giorgio, as he calls himself. So we will be moving over to Robert, who is, and his character. Go ahead, Robert.
Alrighty, I'm Robert. I will be playing the amazing Tiefling Sorcerer Random. He's standing with his fellow party mates, just slowly walking along with him. He looks down at the little gnome, and just because he can, he takes his tail and just tries to trip him, just for the fun of it. And he says, "Well, guys, we're here." Ooh, I could go for a ham sandwich right now.
Okay. So why don't you describe Random a little bit? What kind of tiefling is he? Like, does he have dark? What kind of hair? Skin color? Does he have? What do his horns look like? That sort of stuff.
His horns look are like your traditional tiefling style horns coming out from the right above the eyes and going out. His hair is long, black, with one huge streak of blue for some odd reason. And his skin is a very bright red.
All right. And he is a sorcerer.
Correct. And his eyes are like a really haunting shade of ice blue.
All right.
That adds to his creep factor.
And okay, well, this town will be very happy to see you. Or maybe not. We will see. Okay, we'll move over to Joseph and his character. Go ahead, Joseph.
Yes, following beside these individuals, you see a massive dwarf. He is plain in appearance, aside from his makeshift splint armor that covers his body. He is a dwarven ranger. He wonders why the spirits of nature have asked him to come to this forsaken city in the swamp. But regardless, at least he feels that he's going to be paid by the people of this town should he be successful.
Certainly. All right. And last but not least, we will move to David's character. Go ahead, David.
Okay. Lokta! Greetings, my good friends. I am Smoker, the half-orc. I stand roughly about 7 foot tall. I'm muscular, bald-headed, reddish sort of brownish orc. He doesn't have any armor on. He's completely shirtless. You see scars and scratches on his chest and on his biceps where creatures have attacked him and clawed him. He has 2 giant masculine sort of orcish teeth, and has his he's here to claim the trophy of the yellow-eyed beast. His flesh, his skull, his fur, whatever he may be, will be mine to claim, and I shall be glorious and take it back to my tribe. Lokta!
All right. And these 4 are our characters for tonight. We will see how they fare. All right. So, guys, you are standing in front of the gate in the rain. There is a weird, slightly putrid scent that not even the rain can quite wash away, being carried from the bog to your right. Even though the bog's good couple miles off, you can still smell it. It's this mixture of rotten vegetation and stale water. The town itself, in front of you, you can't see much of it. There's only a few rooftops peeking over the wall. Seems awfully quiet. You can only hear the rain itself, nothing else, no other sound. And as you look around the gate, there is no guards, there is no one. You don't see anyone. What would you like to do?
Quick question.
Yes.
This is like a normal D&D based world, so we have like the Underdark and everything?
Of course.
Okay, cool. Yeah, Furball will look towards the saucer and say, this place doesn't look very good. Almost like home, but people might still be able to fool in here.
Random looks over and says, absolutely nothing.
Stop chatting and let us go! Clash skulls! Take names! And the half-orc just carries his axe upon his shoulder blades, and he says, the mayor wants to see us. Let's go! I want to taste the blood of this beast and have his name upon my blade.
Sumok sit. Behave! We have to approach quietly, or else the guards will be over us.
Who
Behave
cares?
until we're inside.
Who cares about puny humans? Their skulls I shall crush, and I shall have them on my belt as well. Let us go and make names for ourselves, my good friends. Look,
I look over at Furball. I am sorry. I look over at Brewer. Brewer, can you try to talk sense into this half-orc?
Yes, I know you want to kill them all, but we must purify the swamp first. And if I am being honest, dear half-orc, the spirits of the swamp will prove a far better fight than puny human guards.
that is true, mighty dwarf. Soon I shall clash blades with you one day. Your race is most mighty and most noble of all. And maybe we could have a good drink of a good ale and test our stomachs after a mighty battle.
I would not seek to poison you with the amount of ale that I could drink, but perhaps we could have a contest. But only after we have purified the swamp.
You speak
Very
like
well.
a true dwarf, Brewer.
Yes, you are a great man. I shall enjoy your company, mighty dwarf. And I give him a little fist pump.
I fist pump him back, and I know that as soon as we begin our drinks later, there will be glorious arm wrestling contests to be had, of which I intend to win.
We shall see.
All right, you're still standing in front of the gate. The gate is closed.
Tiefling, demon man, speak with the humans inside. If they do not wish to speak, I will simply say that I used to be a lumberjack, and their walls are not looking as firm as a tree.
Are you familiar with this town, Brewer? Is it mostly humans inside?
I work in the forests. I do not know this swamp at all. All I know is that the spirits of nature told me to come here, that this land was a crying for our help.
Okay. Unless you want to talk with them first. If I can have a few minutes, I can take the shape of a human. Maybe it grants us pass easier.
I don't.
Are any of you in a hurry?
I believe our half-orc friend is in a hurry, yes.
Yes, let us go. Make haste. And like he goes towards the gate and bangs on it. Bang, bang.
So just with your fist, or are you using a weapon?
No, I use my fist.
Okay, you just hammer at the gate. First, nothing happens. And then after a few minutes of hammering, you can hear a timidly sounding voice coming from the other side. And the voice goes, "Hey, who's there?"
We are mighty warriors coming to seek the mayor's knowledge about this creature of the night.
You
We
should
have
leave.
heard.
This town is cursed. You shouldn't come in.
The more the merrier.
As a guardian of nature, it is my duty to purify this curse. Allow me entry now, lest I have to enter on my own.
Well, yeah, all right. It'll be on your head, though. Give me a second. And you can hear that there's like a massive wooden bar that's being removed from the other side of the gate. And then the gate slowly swings open a little bit, just enough so you can sort of pass through. And you can see a very nervous-looking, sort of pale man in his sort of mid-30s, wearing leather armor, shield, and a spear, clutching them. And he's looking around nervously. And he has dark circles under his eyes. He looks like he hasn't slept in a while. And he just gives you a nod and steps aside and says, don't tell me I haven't warned you. There's a dark curse that's come upon this town. probably should leave before you're part of this whole thing. Before you become part of it, and before you can't leave anymore.
Random walks over to the gentleman, places his hand on his shoulder, and says,
The guy jumps backwards a little bit as you step forward and says, what are you? Are you?
He looks at the gentleman and says, "You have nothing to worry about, friend. Do you got a ham sandwich? I'm hungry."
Well, if you're looking for food, you should probably go to the Red Hook. That's the only place you can get proper food now. I don't think there's much other left there, in town. That's the only tavern that's still in business.
Where is the mayor? We have come to seek his information.
Yeah, the mayor's in the town hall. It's that big brick building you can see on top of the hill, and he points up, and you can see the town of Haverbog is built around a small hill, and on top of that hill is a large-ish, not extremely large, but larger than most of the other buildings in town, brick building, those white and red bricks and a brick rooftop. And he points towards that. It says, "That's the town hall right there. See on top of the hill?"
All right, be gone from our presence, coward. We have business with him. And Brunor will start walking past him towards the town hall.
The guy steps to the side. You assume he's a member of like a local militia or city guard or something. He steps to the side as you pass, and then you can see as you look back and walking down the street, you can see him closing the gate behind you and putting a bar in place again, and then just scuttling away and disappearing in like one of the side alleys.
Before he runs away, Furble will run after him, like reaching him to the knee, like, "Oh, hey sir!" And he picks like off his all-soaked hat, like it's usually a wizard's hat, but this time it's so soaked it's just hanging down, and he's like start twisting it up. "Sir, you're talking about some kind of curse."
Yeah, yes, the curse, the horror that came upon us.
What curse is this, my good man?
Well, I'm not quite sure, but people have disappeared. A lot of people. Last night, the captain disappeared and his wife. They are not the first ones. Probably not even the 20th ones. I don't know. There's a lot of people have disappeared. It's there's a curse that's come upon us. Everyone says so.
You can see Furble is like almost cursing a bit to himself, looking a bit troubled, saying, "Are you sure you're not confusing moving away by being taken away? Are you sure
No.
you're just not relocated to a different town?"
Plenty of people have, as long as the creatures has let us leave. But now no one else moves away. We're all doomed to stay here, as it picks us off one by one, as they pick us off every night, or nearly every night.
What creature are you talking about?
Well, I don't know. Only those who disappear have seen it, and they don't talk much. I mean, if they're alive, I don't know. I haven't seen it. Thank the gods. Thank Pelor. I haven't seen it.
Well, I guess that's a good thing. Would you happen to know the name of anyone who has seen this creature you're talking about?
No one's seen it. Only those who disappeared. I'll tell you, we only call it Blood Eye because it leaves behind these weird symbols. But the mayor can tell you more about that. Just speak to Mayor Orman if you're keen to know these things. I'm just a simple member of the militia. Honestly, I don't. He just starts looking around and says, "Well, I mean," looks up to the sky and says, "I can't really see the sun, but I'd say we have about 2 to 3 hours before darkness. Daytime is fine. It's never attacked, or they have never attacked in daylight before. But as soon as night falls, I'd suggest you get inside and stay inside and keep your weapons ready. Not that helped out those that disappeared, but anyway, I'll need to go." And he just dashes off into one of the side streets.
I just walk.
For-
I just follow the dwarf and head towards the town hall.
All right.
Verbal will look after him like, well, thank you, sir. Bye, bye. And he's like having 10 silver coins in his hand, which is like, okay, well, puts them back down in his pocket and like tries to keep up with the others, which he will
Okay,
not
so
be able to due to his short feet.
well, you have to run a little. They're already like maybe
Yeah,
100.
running all up.
Yeah. Okay. So as you're passing through town, you realize there are nearly no people in the street at all. You only see about maybe half a dozen people, and they are like hoods up, cloaks pulled around themselves, and they're just moving really quickly, looking down onto the ground. No one's paying any attention to you. Just one guy steps out of a house, sees you, and steps back inside and closes the door, and you can hear the door being locked from inside. The streets, other than that, the streets are nearly empty. And you also realize that several houses have been boarded up as if they've been abandoned or as if there's no one living there, both windows and doors. About every fifth or sixth house is like that.
Verbal will look around realizing this, and he will turn over to the only person he's at this point believe has like gathered any information. So Brunor, and he will say, "Well, dwarf, I'm not sure we will be able to earn much money in this town. It seems to be almost all out of people, and the few left speak about something haunting it."
I do not care for money. If I get money, that is a bonus. But beyond that, I must purify the swamp. It cries out to me. I can feel its pain. But I know of this curse. And this is simply a curse of cowardice. And we will cure it by defeating the evil and showing them what true power and nobility is like. What
Not
do you
being
believe
very
me?
noble. Not being very noble, you can see Verbal tries to like understand what you're saying, and it's like, well, I guess if we cure this curse, the people will come back, and then we can get money.
Yes, they will
I
pay
do
you
agree.
piles upon piles of gold for the savior of their civilization.
Oh
But
yes, and there'll be wine and wenches to do it as we want.
As you approach the center of town, you can hear shouting and a clamoring ahead, as if a couple dozen voices are all speaking at the same time.
We all hear this.
Yes, you all hear this coming from ahead, from the direction of the town hall that you're going to.
Oh, it sounds like there's a lot of people gathered in the town hall. Should we head over and see what they're doing?
Yes, so let's go. Let's go and see what is going on. Ah,
Random nods, and as he does so, he reaches back and grabs his hood and quickly tosses it over his head to hide all of his facial features.
All right. So as you go up the hill, you can see there's a small square sort of at the top of the hill. And on one side seems to be the town hall, a large white and red brick building that you've already seen from afar. And there's light coming out of the town hall. It's well lit, and you can see that the doors are open, and you can hear the noises. The noise comes from inside, that clamoring voices. They're coming from the town hall. On the left side of the square is a second building, not quite as large as the town hall, but also made of bricks. And it has a large wooden sign swinging in the wind and the rain, and you can just barely make out what looks to be a reddish hook-like symbol on that wooden sign. It seems to be a tavern. What do you wish to do?
we'll just keep heading towards the town hall. That's
All right.
why we come here to find out.
Okay, So as you step in front of the hall, you can see a look inside. You can see it's basically just one large room filled with about 30 or 40 people, and they're all shouting and sort of pushing each other a little bit, and you can see several quarreling. You can see men and women with faces red with anger or pale in fear, sort of shouting at each other, and there's a group of 5 or 6 members of the militia with shield and spears, just sort of trying to hold them in check a little bit. They all look very either afraid or angry or both, basically. They're completely ignoring you as you're standing in the entrance, just looking inside. 2 of the militia members look you away, but they're too busy with the crowd. You can't really make out much. It's just a clamoring of voices. You can just hear single words like shelter and no, me and I need and my family and like all kinds of stuff.
So is this place quite echoey and quite low in ceiling? Like, could I?
It is actually. It would be a decent echo, yeah.
Okay, so I roar at the top of my lungs, go, shut up!
Okay, give me a... Yeah, okay, no, actually you don't need to roll. You just shout, and everyone stops and turns around in panic. You can see faces now all filled with fear, all gone pale, wide eyes looking your direction, and then relaxing a little bit as they see you. You're not quite sure what they expected, but it's... you didn't seem to be what they expected, and then the crowd quiets down a little bit, and you can hear like people looking in your way, like "Who are they?" And like a couple of them are like seem to step out your way, but one member of the militia pushes them aside and comes towards you and says, you're new, you're travelers. What brings you here?"
We have come to speak to your mayor. Apparently, he has offered up a nice, handsome reward for dealing with your problem. That is why we are here, to speak to him.
Yes, 800 gold. We all put something in there, in that pile. The mayor will be glad to see you. Hopefully he can help. He's in the back. Follow me. And he just pushes through the crowd, sort of towards the back, where you can see a couple doors leading into the secondary part of the building, although this one room seems to be taking up most of the building, like 3/4 maybe.
We have random staying in the back of the group, and about midway to the door to the mayor's office, he takes off his hood to reveal his pretty face.
Yeah, as people see that, they shrink away from you. A couple of them give you pretty dirty looks, but most of them just seem surprised and slightly shocked that there is a tiefling amongst them.
He looks at him. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
When he sees everyone shrink back from him, he looks at him and says, "Guys, I'm not going to eat you. I'm not that type of tiefling."
Your words are ignored, pretty much.
But I will tell you that if you impede us any further, my friend over here, and he points to the half-orc, he may eat you. Let us speak with your leader now.
Please,
yes.
The militia member who's leading you, like a youngish man with a bit of a beard and blonde hair, says, "Please, there's no need for violence. There's been enough dead already. The people let you through." And he just, make way, shouts out, and the people move aside so you can pass. And he knocks on a door in the back, and you can hear a voice coming from inside, what sounds like an older man's voice. "The mayor is not talking to anyone right now. How many times do I have to tell you?"
He will talk to me, and I push the door open with my strength.
Okay, so you push the militia member aside, push the door open, and you can see a small room with a desk and an older man in some sort of like a suit, basically, sitting there. And he seems to be some sort of scribe or clerk, you'd say. He looks up and sort of goes wide-eyed as you come bashing in through the door, and he says, "Oh, so I'm sorry. I thought there were just some of the fools outside trying to talk to the mayor again. As if they don't know that the decision is already final for tonight. I'm sorry, who are you?"
We are brave men who has come to help you in your quest. We have heard of words through our little circles that you are offering some gold, a nice reward for hunting down a beast of the dark.
Yes, yes, indeed, there is a reward. 800 gold, I believe. I'll let the mayor know that you're here. He stands up, and the other door opens at that same moment, and you can see a man comes out. He's in his mid-50s or so. He has grayish blonde hair, a fairly trim beard in the same color. He looks like the type of guy who's once been really strong, muscular, wide-shouldered when he was younger, but now a lot of that muscle has gone to fat, so he's kind of chubby. He is wearing a sort of a dark green clothing, fairly fine, with a golden chain around his neck. And he says, "Yes, Burton, I have already heard. The man was loud enough. Please, my name is Omen. I'm the mayor of this unfortunate town. Come in, please follow me." And he walks back inside, and you follow him into his what looks like his workplace, basically. There's a large wooden desk that he sits behind, and a couple chairs that he just points out to you. A few bookcases on the sides. Most of them are empty. There's a few scrolls lying around. The mayor itself looks quite tired as well. Not as tired as some of the members of the militia that you've seen, but he definitely hasn't been sleeping well the last couple of days or even weeks. So he sits down with a bit of a sigh, leans back and says, "Welcome. I thank you for coming. You're here for the reward, I presume, yes?"
As Ferbal
Yes.
walks into the room, he starts climbing up into a chair, which will take him some time, I assume. As soon as he's up in a chair, he will start to climb up on top of the desk to get like almost a little bit higher than the major. And he will look at him.
The mayor looks at you as you climb on top of his desk and says, "This is quite unusual. What are you doing on my desk?"
I apologize. My kin is quite short, but we're quite capable. We're here for the reward you mentioned. How may we help you?
Well, honestly, I don't know. There's something here, something that attacks us nearly every night, making people disappear, leaving behind blood. I don't... Last night, Isaac, the captain of our guard, and his wife Elsa have been taken. And to be honest with you, I'm at my wit's end. I don't know what to do. This is beyond us.
Is there a specific area people are being taken from, or is it an entire village?
It is everywhere. The creature strikes everywhere, or the creatures. We don't even know if it's one or many. We have never seen it. I mean, some people have heard weird whispering voices. A couple said they saw the flash of yellow or white eyes in the darkness. But that's all. That's all we have seen. All we know.
Excuse me, good mayor. Do you have a piece of parchment I might write this information on?
Oh, of course. He opens a drawer and puts a piece of parchment and like a little bit of ink with a quill out to you. Sure. Please feel free to take whatever you need. Whatever you need, just let me know. I'll try to do my best. We don't have much, especially since the merchants stopped coming. But we'll all hopefully be able to help you in any way you think is necessary to stop this terrible thing happening here.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's all right. He just mumbles something to himself.
Ferbal picks up the quill and starts writing down like glowing eyes, no specific area. You said your guards had disappeared.
Oh, a few guards, yes.
Okay. I assume they were armed.
Of course. Spear.
Have any unarmed people disappeared?
Yes, whole families, in fact.
Also, both children, women, and men?
Yes.
Hmm.
This creature or creatures, they attack everyone.
Well, we need to find the link between the people disappearing. Must be something, or else this would happen all around.
I don't know. I don't know what the link is. I think the
How
critters...
old is your city?
Haverbog. It's been here for maybe about, I'd say, 100, 120 years. We had a mine, a fairly well-working iron mine, but that closed down about 20 years ago. We've never been a rich city, but a rich town, but there's always been some problems with creatures from the
Without a
swamp.
mine, what do you do here aside from?
Well, live. What I mean, we have a few fields. A couple of us hunt in the swamp. We try to survive. I mean, as best we can, I guess. This is not a wealthy town. The 800 gold is all we can give you, I'm afraid. We did our best, put everything together.
Don't worry, 800 gold is sufficient, but the information, we need more. We can't work with this. As far as I know, this could be wolves.
Wolves within the walls, attacking people in their houses and then disappearing?
That's information I haven't gotten yet. Thank you.
This is not
continues
wolves.
to write down.
People have disappeared from houses that were locked up, and no one's seen anything.
Have you received any claims about money or treasure? Could it be bandits?
No, nothing. No, I don't think so. This is some sort of dark power. I don't know. Maybe a fiend or I don't know. Father Hendrik says that this must be divine punishment. I don't know if I believe that, but I mean.
Could I do a religion check to see if I would know of any rituals, sacrifices, lack of sacrifices, or anything related to that causing such a thing?
Sure, go ahead. Yeah.
A glorious 6 on the die. This is going to be good.
You have no idea.
So a total of 9.
You have no idea.
Oh, yeah. Since you haven't committed any crimes against the gods, well, it couldn't be the gods. I think it needs to be a natural cause then.
I think it is quite obvious what's going on here. A new creature has entered the bog, and it is the alpha, and you are its prey. But fear not. This foul creature knows not the laws of nature, and it is my job to teach it the ways of nature, and I will prey upon its arrogance.
And I shall claim its head, and its fine hide.
Well, some people say that this creature might even be one of the villagers. I don't know if I believe that, but some say it hides among us. You know, we've heard. I mean, there's stories about werewolves and vampires and all kinds of terrible creatures of the darkness.
Are there any markings at the crime sites? Are there any claw marks?
No claw marks as such, but I believe there's been quite a bit of blood here and there. Not always. Sometimes a lot. Sometimes next to nothing. But I've seen the mark at least behind. It's like an eye, drawn in blood. It's like I don't know. And he sort of reaches out and just draws like a really basic like eye shape, like two sort of half circle lines with like a single line going a vertical line in the middle. And he says that's kind of what it looks like. It always leaves that behind.
Furball looks like hard into the eyes of the mayor as well. Have you ever been to the Underdark?
The what?
The Underdark, the beneath ground. It's a place of total darkness all the time.
Can't say I've heard of that.
What? I have been there, and what you're describing doesn't sound like something coming from there, but something drawing eyes as it leaves after taking victims. It sounds very interesting. I don't think we can blame this on a creature, at least not a primitive creature. They wouldn't be able to draw the eyes. Have you any relation to the drawing or to the shape of an eye in your culture or in your knowledge at all?
Nothing. No, there's no local legends or anything like that. If you're talking about that sort of stuff, no. We already explored this possibility. If it's some lingering curse, like ages past or something, but we couldn't find anything. There's no. I don't know. Whatever it is, I think it must be new, or at least new to this area. Maybe it's like your friend the dwarf says. Maybe a new creature has appeared in a swamp and is climbing over the walls at night to attack us. We don't have enough people to put guards up everywhere. We only have about maybe 20 or so armed men left, or I mean, when with at least halfway combat experience.
The rest of the party will take note and will easily see that Furball makes a note of the only 20 armed guards left with a smiley face, and he will. I suggest we take a closer look to the swamps then. But thank you for everything, Mayor. And he takes like 10 minutes to climb out of his desk and walk towards the door while he waits for the rest of the party.
Right.
Can I do a nature roll based on this eye?
Yep, sure.
Okay.
Your nature's probably like negative.
Yes, it is, but I can give it a go.
I will look. I am familiar with nature.
You can both give me a nature roll, or actually, one of you can roll with advantage.
I will roll with advantage.
Go on then, dwarf.
All right.
Get that advantage.
An impressive 7 on the die with advantage gives me an 11. I have a rudimentary understanding of basic nature at this time.
Yeah, it's basically, you have heard of like, I guess, eye symbols. An eye symbol is nothing particularly special. I mean, a lot of like primitive cultures use it, but you have no idea. Like, you don't have enough information to make any educated guesses.
I know what our next course of action is, and I look to the mayor and I stare him down. I almost grab him by the neck, but I don't. Show us to one of your victim sites. I must see what is going on.
All right. I'll summon Sergeant Berthold. He'll take you.
Random slowly walks up to the desk and just starts staring at the symbol the mayor drew. What I'm going to do is roll Arcana, see if by chance he may know something.
Okay.
And that would be total of 21.
Okay. The eye is a very, very often used symbol in magic. It symbolizes enlightenment in some ways, or like true seeing, the discovery of secrets. It can symbolize all kinds of stuff. It's a very potent symbol that quite a lot of like magic circles or groups of mages and stuff like that use. That's what, as far as much as you can tell.
Random looks up at the mayor and says, by chance, did any strangers come through town before all of the everything started to go down?
Well, of course. I mean, strangers come to town every day. Not in the last couple of weeks, but the whole thing started about a month ago, I'd say. The first one who disappeared was a young boy. I'm pretty sure that's when the whole thing started. For the first 2 weeks, there were only a couple of attacks, but in the last 10 days or so, there's been an attack nearly every night.
Furball will almost break into the middle of the speech from the mayor and say, you said a month ago, and you said more than 20 people. That is approximately almost one every night.
Well, yes, but it's not like it only takes one. Sometimes it takes two, sometimes three. I don't. As far as I know, the people are always together, though. It attacks small groups of people or individuals. I mean, not that's anyone sleeping alone in this town anymore. It's way too dangerous. Way too dangerous.
Mayor, can I please have your name?
My name, Orman.
Orman.
Yes.
When I asked you earlier, do you have any specific information, and you don't tell me this, this is very important to our investigation.
Well, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Just ask me. I don't know what's important to you. I mean, I'm sorry, but I haven't slept much. It's not easy to be mayor of this town right now.
I apologize.
my-
I'm too
my-
hard on you.
my
I
mind-
understand, Norman.
My mind's all over the place. Just let me know what you need to know. Anyway, he just shouts out to the scribe, says, Burton, get Sergeant Berthold. Get him here and tell him that people have come to, you know what I mean. Get him here. He should show them around, yeah, before the night falls. And the scribe appears in the doorway for a moment, gives the mayor a little bit of a bow, and says, I'll be back as soon as I can, and leaves. And as the door opens, you can briefly hear the clamoring outside, and then the door closes behind him, and the clamoring is mostly silenced by it. The mayor sinks back into his chair, just sort of hides his face a little bit in his hand, and says, let me know what you want to know. I mean, I don't know these things. I don't know what you need to know. I'm not a monster hunter.
While we commence with our investigation, I have discovered a way to save all of you from the vile beast, whatever it is. It is a simple solution, yes.
What?
And he looks around the town hall, and he knows what they have to do. Well, the creature only attacks small groups. So what you must do is invite the entirety of the town to your town hall. And if the entirety of your village is resting here, the cowardly creature would not dare attack your 20 armed guards in unison.
That's what we've been doing for the last week or so, but we can only fit about 60 people in here, and there's about 400 in town.
Well, when you get down to 60, I would suggest that then.
Well, that's why the people are shouting outside. We are doing like a lottery thing every night, and those who are not don't win a place in the town hall, they're angry. People are afraid. They don't want to die. I mean, I understand them, but
they should group up then. Perhaps they can have 5 shelters that are brimming with cowards. I mean, people, yes.
Well, that's what I suggested, but people don't trust each other. They don't like forming small groups, and there's no other large building.
I would trust my dumb neighbor to an evil beast, but I will not discuss this any further. They are cowards. Show me to this bloodstain, and I will unravel the mysteries for you.
Yeah, yes.
Blah, 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 blah. Just get on with it. Take us there now. My frustration is getting most angry. My blade is thirsty for blood.
The sergeant will take you. As soon as the sergeant arrives, he'll take you. He knows
Orman,
better than I.
I apologize for some of my friends' behavior here.
That's all right. As long as you can help us, I can put up with everything.
I apologize for my companion roboting. Yes.
Okay, Robin, I think you lagged out. If you can still hear us? Hello?
Robot.
Oh, you try switching off your camera, Robin. Maybe that will make it better. Oh, he's gone.
I pick up the gnome as he has passed out on the table.
Yeah.
And I prepare for us to leave.
Yes, let us go, Dwarf Boron. Let us go and see this mighty glorious fest.
Okay, so what do you want to do?
We wait for the guardsmen to come and take us to the bloodstain so we can have a look-see.
Okay, so within a few minutes, the door opens again, and a muscular man in his mid-40s or so, short blonde hair, dressed in chainmail, carrying a shield and a hand axe on his belt, steps inside. He looks around, and he sees you, comes over and says, You're the adventurers that came into town, yeah?
That
Yes.
is correct.
Show us the crime scene, that I may rid you of this problem.
Which one? You want to go to
I do not care, the bloodiest of all.
Yes.
The freshest one is where in Captain Isaac's house.
All right, lead us there.
Sure.
Let us play. Let us go.
All right. He leads you out. You push through the crowd and step outside. He leads you down the street, maybe about 2 streets down or so, and you come to a small house. Most of the houses in this town are fairly small, made of a little bit of brick and mostly wood, though. And he opens the door, and it's unlocked. And you step inside, and you see a living room in front of you, fairly nicely furnished, nothing special. But this obviously has been the house of someone who has a little bit of money. And you can see there is a little bit of blood on the wall on one side, and a few of the furniture is lying on the floor, like a chair has been overturned. But all in all, it doesn't look like there has been like a massive fight here, more like a short, quick scuffle. And the sergeant, Bertold, he leads you to the bedroom, and he points at the wall, and you can see on one side of the wall, there is a eye symbol. What looks like it's been drawn in blood, and just someone used his fingers, basically dunked them into blood and made like 3 lines on the wall. It's only about maybe this size. It's not massively big.
I drop the formerly unconscious gnome back on the ground as I enter the building, and I look around, seeing everything you had spoken of. And Brunor, he knows what he has to do. He kneels down to the ground, almost sniffing the air as he does so. He will look about for any potential tracks that were not noticed by these cowards.
All right, give me a survival check.
And just so you know, my favorite enemy is monstrosities, and my natural explorer feature is for forests, of which we probably will not go to, but that is okay.
All right.
And I will roll a survival check. That is a 22.
Okay. So looking around, you don't find many tracks. What you do realize is that the bed's been unmade. It looks like someone's slept in there. And you do find a short sword that's sort of tucked under a sofa as it was kicked there, or if it flew there. A little bit of blood on the handle of the short sword, no blood on the blade itself. You don't find tracks as such. I mean, this is a wooden floor, a fairly sturdy wooden floor, so the creature must have been massive or like really weird, like made of fire or acidic or something to leave tracks here. You do find a couple of weird scratches on the floor here and there, which you're not sure what caused them. Maybe claws, maybe some sort of weapon. You can't quite say, but they're definitely fresh. Whatever happened here has only happened not long ago, obviously. So it's definitely something that transpired last night. And as you're looking around, Sergeant Bertold says, "We had 4 men outside, close by. No one heard anything. Then in the morning, when we checked, the sergeant was gone. The captain was gone, and so was his wife. And that's the scene as you see it. We haven't done much."
So no one heard a scream?
Nothing. No one ever hears anything when this demon strikes.
This sounds like magic to me.
Yes,
Things
foul magic, yes.
Well, allow me to investigate, sir. And if nobody interrupts him, he will try to do the magic ritual of detect magic as a ritual spell in the room.
Yep, takes about
which
10
will
minutes.
look kind of funny with a small gnome running around like a stupid guy throwing stuff up in the air.
Okay. Yeah, so you do that for about 10 minutes. You focus, you do a few mumbling invocations, and your detect magic spell works. And you look around. Give me an Arcana check.
Yeah, let us see how D2. Oh, a fantastic 9. That's going to be a total of 14.
Okay. So what you can...
Sorry.
Yep.
That's not going to be a 14. That's going to be +7 now. So a 16, actually.
All right. So you after a while, you focus on this, and at first there's nothing. And then you focus a bit stronger, you look around, and then you sense a slight residue of something. You're not quite sure what it is, but there's definitely some sort of magic that had been used here fairly recently.
Would I be able to point it towards a school of magic?
You had a 16, did you? No,
17.
It's
16.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's 16. Yeah.
Yeah. So no, it's too long ago. Like this magic's probably been used last night or so. So it might have been like 12 hours ago or 14 hours ago or something like that. It's too long ago to say anything specific.
I look over at the others and I say, "There's been magic in play here. I am not sure about the school, but definitely magic. There are a lot of foul spells who can do a lot of things to people, but be prepared, people."
Perhaps.
Yes, that's what I've been saying all along. We don't have any magic users here. Father Henrik, he barely leaves the temple, and that's pretty much the only one who knows anything of magic in this town. He wasn't much of a help so far, but maybe you can figure things out. Oh, also, can you... Maybe you could help us at night taking some of the watches. My men are nearly close to breaking down. We need to be out and about all night. And I only have 20 men. In between having to guard the temple, having to guard the city hall, and a few more patrolling the streets in the center of town. We're stretched very thin.
I don't know how to character question. Is this the guard speaking?
Yeah, this is the Sergeant Berthold that led you here.
How long would it be until night watch is on?
Well, as soon as the darkness descends, we post the watches. That's it, like in an hour, a bit more maybe.
Oh, but I'm very confident that you can do this. I can transmit some of my power into you, sir.
What? Really?
And I'll take my hands, lay them upon his hands, and I'll cast prestidigitation to make his hands glow. And I say, now, you see, you have magic abilities.
Give me a deception check.
Oops. A 14 on the die. Give me a second here.
Right.
That's going to be... I'm proficient, so a 16.
Okay. Yeah, he looks down and says, well, that's like, he looks down at his hand and says, well, that's good. Yeah, what can I find these creatures with this? What does it do?
Hopefully, but if you're able to, let us know and we'll come and aid you. But be very confident you can handle this.
All right. Well, that's more than I had last night. All right. Good. Well, do you need anything else? I'll have to take care of my men. Get them into position before night falls.
If you hear or see anything that you think is out of the ordinary, please let us know. We will be quite available at. And he looks over at the dwarf and the half-orc and say, "Tavern, I assume."
Yeah, the Red Hook. That's right across from the town hall. I'll find you there.
Ah, a good meal and a nice tasty beer. A good ale would do good for an orc. But we're not here to celebrate just yet. We're here to investigate the this situation.
Yes,
Tiefling.
yes. You should do that. Yeah, whatever we can do to help, let me know. And he just gives you a nod and like puts his hood up against the rain and disappears out onto the street, and you can hear his footsteps going off into the distance on the wet street, the wet cobblestones.
Alright, when I go to look at these scratches, can I do a nature roll to figure out what sort of creature it may be?
If your friend Bruno does point them out, you can, yeah.
Okay. Bruno, my good friend, do you tell me about these scratches that you found?
Of course, I know of these scratches.
Ah, excellent. Then I shall look at them with my orky eyes and try to figure out exactly what sort of beast came through here on this day.
All right.
So that'd be a nature roll.
Yeah, a nature roll, yes.
All right. Okay. I get I do I get my I am proficiency in it, but I do get a -1 in it.
Yeah, so you should be at a +2 then, I guess.
Yes.
I have
yes.
an impressive 11 to know what this foul beast is.
Then go ahead then. I'll give you the advantage roll if you like.
With the assistance of my warrior companion, I have a 24.
Okay. You're actually not sure. You look closely at it, and you'd say they're definitely some sort of claw marks. So but they don't look very massive. Like they're not like massive claws, like say I don't know, a bear or some creature to that extent would have.
Perhaps it is a shapeshifter. That is the only way I can think of. Perhaps it is changing into a small creature to enter and then changing into a foul monster within.
Oh, the claw marks aren't. They're not like tiny. Doesn't look like say a rat or something or a squirrel. They're definitely like maybe the size of my finger, sort of, but they're fairly thin. They're not. That's what I meant. It's not like a massive, like a dire wolf or something has like pushed his claws into the wood and scratched it open.
Yes, or perhaps somebody has possessed these people with dark magic and turned them into vile beasts before taking them elsewhere. I do not know.
Hard to say. Well, what shall we do now? Our investigation has led us nowhere. We don't know exactly where the beast is or where it's gone. We cannot track it. We cannot hunt it. This is most frustrating. And I grab a wooden little chair and I smack it against the wall in frustration.
All right.
I have good news for you, Samok. I just agreed with the guard, or the leader of the guards, that you can go into the tavern and you can drink wine all night, and they will let us know if they have any issues.
No. This creature is a coward. It only attacks small groups. If we are amongst the tavern goers, this creature will not attack us at all.
We are not We are not the target. The guards on the walls are the targets, or at least what is supposed to see the creature. Why would you put yourself in a position to be a target?
Because that is the only way that a coward will show himself. And once he shows himself, we will cleanse him from this world.
To die at your side, Bron, will be a most glorious and noble death.
I do not intend to die.
Who knows?
You know, while everyone's chit-chat and Random is just literally going through the house, seeing if he can find anything interesting.
Okay. Give me an investigation check.
Okay. That would be total of 17.
Okay. You don't really find anything interesting other than what Bruno already has found. You find the short sword that he found. You find a couple other like daggers and stuff. You find a small pouch with about 20 gold inside that's been hidden away behind the desk. That's pretty much it. A few pieces of clothing. Obvious evidence that there's been a man and a woman living here.
Any sign of children or
No,
future children by chance?
no. As far as you can tell, there hasn't been any children living in this house.
Okay. Yeah, he takes the coin pouch he found and just pockets it.
All right. So you have about 45 minutes or so before night falls. It's already getting darker outside as you look out the window.
There's still quite a few people gathered in the town hall. No, not in the building, the tavern.
You're not sure.
Okay.
You haven't been to the tavern yet.
Yeah, I'll suggest for the rest of the guys that we'll go back to the tavern then and wait there until we hear something from the guards.
Random finally shows back up and says, "Guys, why don't we just go to the temple? Talk to the old man there.
The
You might have
temple?
ham sandwiches."
Yeah, whatever you think. I'll be happy to come along. There's nothing much else to do here.
The York crosses his arms and just looks at everyone and is not sure what to do. He's like, this is most frustrating. I was hoping to find a worthy enemy, a worthy foe, but it seems that this creature is a coward.
So,
Tell me, half-orc, why are you so eager to die?
To die in battle is the most glorious thing. Valhalla waits for me, and I shall approach its pearly gates, and I shall become one of its mightiest warriors in the afterlife.
I have no doubt, but if you are a bit more curious, you might live a bit longer, and you can be the best warrior in life and in death as well.
That is true. But fighting a worthy opponent is my goal in life.
Well, let's follow common. Maybe we find. No, sorry. Maybe let's follow random. Maybe we find a foe for you to fight.
okay, so where does Random lead the group? Does he lead them towards the temple?
Yes.
All right. So as you step outside, you look around, and you can see in the distance towards the city wall, not that far away, maybe 200 yards or 300 yards from you, there is a small stone building that reaches up a bit higher than the rest because it had like a small tower. And as you approach, you can see that tower has a sun symbol, like a disc with like jagged edges. And a sort of kind of like an old man's face within that sun. It's carved into the stone. And you realize, or some of you anyway, those who know anything about religion, realize that this is a temple of Pelor, the god of the sun and the god of light. As you approach, you can see there is a little bit of space in between the temple and the wall itself. And there is also quite a bit of space between the temple and the neighboring houses. Whereas the rest of the town is fairly close together. The houses nearly wall to wall in some places. There's a little bit of space around the temple. And you can see there's a small graveyard surrounded by a very simple, only about chest-high iron fence that's slightly rusted. You can see rain-hitting tombstones and a small tomb that's standing there. And you can also see a couple of wet-looking birds, probably ravens or other vulture-type creatures hopping around the graveyard. From the temple itself comes light, and you can hear voices as you approach. They seem to be in prayer. You can hear like a soft chorus of voices. The front gate is mostly closed, but it's a little bit ajar, and that's where the light comes out.
I have, I don't have proficiency in religion, but I have a +3 due to my wisdom.
That should be good enough, yeah.
would I be able to understand what kind of god they're praying to? Are they praying to their own god?
You'd say so. I mean, there's no sign that they're praying to someone else or something else.
Okay. I'll turn to the tiefling and I'll say, do you have any knowledge of this god?
Random reaches up, scratches his chin, thinks for a moment, keeps thinking and thinking as I roll religion.
Yep.
17 total.
Okay, so Pelor is the god of the sun, god of light, god of strength, and god of healing. He is one of the most prominent human gods, not only worshipped by humans, but a lot of humans worship him. And he's also known as the Shining One or the Sun Father.
Okay. Random looks back over to his adventuring partner and says, God, it's him. God, I need something to cover my eyes before I go in there because it's too damn bright, I bet. Damn sun god.
Actually, it doesn't seem that bright inside the temple. There is light, but it's not too bright, weirdly enough.
He's like, yeah, guys, let's go in, but be careful.
Be careful.
Where I'm from, Paler can't be trusted.
Where you're from?
And when he says that, he just gives a silly little laugh, showing that he's just joking around.
I'm sorry to break character, but this would be kind of out of character question. Would I know where you are from, like in the world view? Would I know that a tiefling is from not this world and not?
Oh, actually, tieflings are very much from this world. They just have somewhere in their line of ancestry, they have demonic or devilish blood. So one of his like ancestors might have been like a dark wizard who infused demonic power into himself, and sometimes it just breaks through in their offspring. It could be like 5 or 6 or 7 or 10 generations in the past.
Okay, interesting. So I could just view him as the offspring of a powerful wizard, though.
Well, not a good one though. Usually.
No. But there's a fine line between powerful and good.
Yes. Well, true enough.
Okay. Then Verbal will say, you might not agree with all religions, but if they at least protect their what's it called, like their flock, yeah, whatever. If they protect their flock, they're having a purpose. This god seems to not be able to protect their flock if all the missing people are praying as well. I think we should walk inside and see what's happening, if they're having any connection with their god.
Okay, so you head inside the temple, you push open the door slightly further, and you can see the temple's not very big. There's basically one main room, and there's an altar at the end of the room, and it looks very much like a Catholic church. There's benches made of wood, and up above the altar there's that sun symbol that you saw on the tower already. And on the altar itself and all around it are candles. A couple dozen or so candles in different shapes and in different colors, and they're all burning. And you can see there's about a dozen or so people, men and women both, and they're all older, so you'd say about in their 50s and 60s basically, who are all kneeling with their heads held down towards the sun disk. So they turn their back towards you, and you can see amongst this group is an old man, mostly bald, just a little bit of hair on the side of his head, who's wearing dirty white robes. He's also kneeling there, just in prayer with his eyes closed. They're singing this hymn to Pelor, basically asking him to protect them, send his light down upon them, and banish the darkness that threatens to overwhelm their city.
I will, as I assume I'm walking up front. I mean, everyone in the party who would like to pass me could do so because they're walking faster. But if I'm up front, I would like to wait until the dwarf comes up to me, and I will say, well, what do you think? Should we wait until after the ceremony and ask the priest?
We should ask him now. We don't care about these things, these religious things. And I just walk up to the priest.
As you speak loudly, the praying stops, and all the people look over their shoulder towards you. And as they see a half-orc who looks pretty intimidating and well-armed, and a dwarf and a tiefling, or someone who looks weird with their, depending on your hood, whether your hood is up or down, they all sort of look wide-eyed at you and stand up. And the priest also turns around and looks at you and says, "Welcome, and may Pelor's blessing be upon you in these dark times. You are not from this town. What can I do for you? What brings you here? Have you come to seek the god's light?"
No, we have come to destroy the darkness that threatens your town. Mighty man in white robes.
He looks down on his robes and says, "Well, they are not as white as they used to be. So you have come to destroy the darkness. I do not think you will be able to do that. But you have my blessing."
Really now? A blessing be a mighty feat in itself. Will I get the plus D6 or not? If he does bless me.
No, he just says blessing. And he looks at you and says, "I'm afraid this is a dark town. You have come to a bad place. And now it is probably too late to leave. I will pray for you, for your lives, and if that does not prove sufficient, I will pray for your souls."
At this point, Ferbal will make his way up to the priest and say, "I'm sorry, priest. I apologize for my friend here. He only means well. He's just a bit brutish. Is there anything we can help you with? We promised the mayor to help protect you guys against anything attacking you. Do you have any information for us?"
Well, Pelor's protection has been sufficient so far. The god has graced us with his shield, and his shield has proved stronger than the darkness so far. Sadly, in these dark times, Pelor's shield cannot reach further than the doors of this holy house. And most people tend to put their faith in their own guards, foolishly enough. Only a few, he looks around and at the 10, 12 people around him, only a few are wise enough to trust in Pelor's protection.
So what you're telling me, priests, is that all the people that you lock inside your church are safe?
Yes. The creatures, the darkness has never dared attack the temple itself. The fiend, or whatever it is not strong enough to face the might of Pelor in his own holy ground.
I mean no harm. Please understand, but I am not a man of the church. Wouldn't it be better if you used your blessing all over town? I mean, there are something between 300 and 400 people here, and you're protecting, what, like 50 of them?
Actually, more like 20, all in all. But no, I cannot do what you ask me for. I am not strong enough to bless this town. My blessing only extends To this very wall, these very walls, blessed day upon day upon day upon day by me and my predecessors.
Well, I understand why your
But I thought,
major posted
I
a
thought,
notice where he asked for
I,
more capable people.
I thought, I thought a man of a cloth spreads the word of his mighty, glorious God. It seems that you have confined yourself in these four walls, priest.
I am weak. It is Pelor who is strong. And in these dark times I can only do so much. This aging body is failing me. I am not strong enough to walk the night, and I need to be here to protect those who are mindful and willing to come under my shield. But it is not me who is protecting them. It is their own fate, and it is the mercy of Pelor.
Tell me, priest, what is a sign of your god's faith?
We have not been attacked. None of the people here has ever seen the monster.
But do you have a... I do apologize. Please continue.
Clearly that must be because the monster does not dare attack the church.
But do your god have a holy sign?
Of course, he puts a hand into his robes and he takes out a sun disk symbol with like a still stylized face made of sort of bronze metal that hangs around his neck on an amulet.
This is going to be a far-fetched one, but I'm going to try to use my prestidigitation to light it up without him seeing it's me lighting his symbol up.
Give me a sleight of hand check.
Oh, I'm glad I'm doing all these checks I'm so good at today. A 15 on the die. So with my... I'm actually proficient with sleight of hand due to my background, so 20.
Okay, wow. He looks down and says, you see, Pelor is with us. And the people behind him are like, oh, look over to him.
Keep your faith up, good clergyman. You can protect this town, and what you can protect against, we will help. Please let us know. We will stay in the tavern if you have any problems.
There will be no reason for you to come here. That is what I keep telling the mayor and Captain Isaac as well. But they insist in positioning a few armed men here with us. I think those men would be better in use somewhere else. But that is their decision to make, not mine. I am happy to protect whoever. If you need my protection, Pelor's protection, feel free to enter this holy place. This invitation is for all of you, even you, my friend. He points at random with one hand sort of stretched out towards him.
I do accept your offer, but at this point, do not hesitate to contact us for our protection of you. We will stay in the tavern.
If it will be necessary, I will try, but I assure you it will not be necessary.
Oh,
I
well.
hope so.
The orc turns around and starts heading out of the church.
All right? As you walk out, Father Henrik calls out to you and says, wait, one more moment.
What is it, man in white robes?
These candles. Would you like to speak a prayer with us at them? They are for the fallen. Every man, woman, and child in this town. And he points out, and you can see, he says, the red ones are for the men, the silver ones for the women, and the small white ones for the children, the poor innocent children that have been taken.
Very well. I am a man of great honor and respect to all weird cultures, so I shall take part in your little ritual, whatever it may be. I do not understand it, but hopefully the mighty, hopefully the gods themselves will smile upon me and grant me a blessing upon my weapon today. Who knows? And he walks over to the candles, and he goes on. He sort of goes on one knee with his axe, pointing downwards, type thing, and like grips on it, and he sort of says, "Oh, whatever gods, if there is a god that is listening to me at this very minute, hear my voice, even though I am a half-orc, that you have cursed me upon this land and cursed my soul to be a half-orc. Grant me great strength and great glory in battle."
The priest walks over to you, puts his hand on your shoulder and says, "Pelor is not a god of bloodshed, but as long as your heart remains pure and your intentions rightful, he will stand with you, give you the strength and the bravery necessary to face this darkness. No matter what blood runs through your veins, no matter what flesh surrounds your soul, Pelor sees through this. He looks into your heart, friend half-orc." And he mumbles a short prayer as he puts his head down, and the rest of the community just echoes his prayer and puts their heads down as well. And they all go, "Pelor, Lord of Light, great Sun Father, protect us, give us strength, and grant us mercy." And then the priest turns towards you and says, "Well, I hope you can help."
We shall see. I'll do my best to defeat the darkness, but no god will help me in battle. My gods left me long ago. I'm just a half-orc. They curse me to walk the land as a half-orc, and I shall keep continuing to walk in the plains of this realm as a half-orc until I die in battle.
I hope not. Anyway, so you walk out the temple, I assume. It's now getting dark. The sun has set. There's a little bit of light up in the sky, but mostly it's dark. You can see lanterns and torches being lit inside of the houses, and the streets are empty, completely empty. There's not a single soul to be seen.
Furball, being not a deep gnome, he has like 120 feet dark sight. He will walk outside, like gasp a little, stretch his arm, and say, "Well, let's get to it then. Over to the tavern." Or what do you guys think? And he will look towards the rest of the party.
Let us go to the tavern. Let us go there and eat, but no drinking. Not until later on. And not the orc. The orc has dark vision as well, so I guess I have 60 feet of dark vision. But
yeah, you actually all of you have dark vision. There's not a single member that doesn't have dark vision in your group.
All right.
So you head up and you head up to the central square, and you can hear voices coming from the town hall. You can see groups of people going inside, and you can see about 10 members of the militia or so who are positioned partially inside, partially outside the town hall, and just keeping an eye on things. They look tired. They look fearful. A couple of them cast hopeful glances your way, but all in all, they look pretty depressed. And there is still a little bit of a resolute glimmer in their eyes as they prepare to face another night. Clutching their shields and clutching their spears and looking around.
How far away will the town hall be from the town hall be from the tavern?
Oh, it's only across the square, so it's about maybe 100 feet or so, 120 feet maybe.
Would I be able to see if there's any people inside the tavern?
You can walk up and look through the door. The door is open.
There's no windows or anything. Yeah, I'll walk up.
There is windows, but the windows are closed against the rain. So there's like wooden shutters that are closed. It's been raining for most of the day.
Oh, okay, then I misunderstood. Yeah, Furball will walk up definitely and look through the door to see if there's any people inside.
There is all in all 4 people inside. 3 humans and a halfling. One of those 4 people seems to be the innkeeper, a fat, red-haired, red-bearded man sitting behind the counter. Yeah, and the rest is empty. The rest of the town hall is empty. The rest of the inn is empty. It's not a very large. It's not a very large inn. The common room only has maybe about 6 tables or so.
The Furble will walk over to the innkeeper and say, "Well, are all the guests of the tavern up there listening to the major again?"
The innkeeper looks up as you come in, and he gives you this confused look, and says, and you can see he has red shot eyes and really deep lines on his face, he smells like alcohol, like some really strong type of spirit or something. And he just looks at you and says, "What will it be? You want something to drink?"
"Oh, tell me, my good man, you maybe don't sleep so well."
"No one in this town sleeps very well anymore."
"Would you like to have some help getting some sleep? You really look like you would need some sleep."
"I have help getting sleep, thank you."
Okay. Well, back to my question about the major. Why aren't there any more people in your tavern? Are all the people up there listening to the major?
"It's getting dark. No one's outside when it's dark."
And no one's here either, apparently, except your 3 guests.
"They're troublous strangers like you."
They are. Well, let me introduce myself. And he turns around to look at the guys.
Okay, so you can see on one table sit a human and a halfling, both fairly finely dressed, not like super finely, but definitely like not like a farmer or something like that. They're both sort of in their late mid ages, so about in their 40s or so, or whatever is the equivalent of a halfling, and they're just sort of looking down into their plates. And they're just pushing around some cheese and some ham or something, whatever they have. The third guy is a fairly muscular, tall man dressed in a studded leather armor in red and black, who's leaning against the wall in the back, sitting in a chair, and he just has a single goblet in front of him on a small table. And you can see there's a red scarf that hides parts of his face, and a pretty large scar that runs sort of down his face and disappears under the scarf that's sort of hiding his chin. And he's looking at you quite intensely. The other two are mostly ignoring you. They just look up, the halfling and the human, and just give you a weak nod. You're muted.
A very good point. I look at a guy who eyeballs me, and I snap both my fingers in each hand to create like this kind of light from my prestidigitation. And I say, "Well, are you all here to help the town with its problems, or are you here on a different business?"
As you say that, the human and the halfling look up to you, and the halfling says, "Ha, you're another one who's joins us in this god-forsaken town, aren't you? You should have left while you had the chance. Now you're in here with us. Probably can't leave. Who knows, if ever."
"Can't leave, you say? Well, let us make the best out of it. What do you mean by can't leave? Have you tried?"
The halfling's companion, the man, looks at you and says, "Are you saying you don't know?"
"We arrived today. We have seen nothing strange, except a lot of people not being in the tavern."
"No one's told you?" He looks over to the innkeeper. The innkeeper just looks down, ignoring him basically, or avoiding his gaze. And he says, "I came in here about a week ago, selling some things. Wanted to leave. Well, yesterday or tonight at the latest. But no one can leave. No one dares to. The creatures, they kill everyone who tries leaving. The last group, they've been found in the central square in the morning. torn to pieces. Since then, no one tried leaving. I'm not crazy. I'd like to get out of here, but what chance do I have if a group of people couldn't make it?
So you're a merchant, my good man.
Yeah, my name's Ruben. This is Senrik.
Hello,
And
Ruben.
the halfling sort of just gives you a nod. They both don't look particularly happy, as you might imagine.
Hello, Ruben and Henrik. My name is Furball. May I suggest that you go over to the church and seek refuge there while we take care of this problem?
The church? The halfling looks over to you. Church is... what's that gonna do? Why should we go to the church?
Well, the priest in there guaranteed that nobody had been attacked as long as he had kept praying, and people stayed inside.
Really? They look at each other. Give me a persuasion check.
Oh man, a natural one. I don't think it applies for any.
They clearly don't believe you. They look at you, and you can see them like looking at each other, and you can basically see what they're thinking. Like, who's this crazy guy? What the fuck is he talking about? Basically.
I swear, it's true.
And they just shake their heads, and the man says, "I'm rather locked up with the people I know than trusting in some weird priest." And anyway, speaking of, it's time for us to get to our rooms, isn't it, Zenrik? And the halfling nods, and he pulls out a short sword from under the table that he's sort of hidden down there, and holds it in one hand and says, "Yeah, we'll go lock up. Hopefully we'll see you in the morning." And they both leave most of their food on the table, get up, and go up the stairs in the back and disappear upstairs, basically.
Understanding that his language skills wasn't the best, he will scratch his head a bit, and Furball will head over to the rest of the party and say, "Well, I don't think that went so well. The guys went up to the rooms. Hopefully, we'll see them in the morning. For us now, I think we better head into the tavern."
Oh, so the rest of you is still staying outside? Oh, okay.
Sorry, into the. I'm sorry, we were in the tavern. We better head into the town hall.
As you're talking amongst each other, that large guy dressed in the studded leather armor comes over to you. You can see he has like long black hair tied in a bun at the back of his head, and he looks you up and down, and he says, "Well, you don't happen to be here for the reward, do you?"
That's for me to know and you to find out.
All right. I don't think there's any other reason why 4 pretty well-armed strangers would arrive in town in a time like this. If you want my advice, you should be very careful. The darkness in this town is strong. He looks at you as no one replies.
I'm not scared of any darkness. I shall fight it and claim its skull if it has one.
Maybe you will be able to, maybe not. I'd say it's much more likely that you'll disappear like all the other poor fools.
You do not know the strength of a half-orc.
I hope that strength will serve you well.
Maybe, maybe not. I'm just here to do what I can for my tribe and do what I can for my people.
Yeah, he nods and just walks past you, pushes out, and steps out into the rain. As he walks past you, can see it be half hidden in his cloak. He has like the pommel of what looks to be a great sword that's just on his back.
Seems like a mighty warrior.
Okay. So you're just standing there in the tavern. Now you're alone, the innkeeper, who doesn't really look towards you. He had actually took out a bottle and is drinking from the bottle.
Sorry, I had some things with my connection. As I noticed the pommel of the sword, if I do it, if it's not only the half orc,
No, you all see it. He passes the whole group.
I'll say, I'm sorry, sir. My name is Furball. How long have you been in this town?
3 days. He stops sort of in the doorway as he's just about to step outside, looks back to you and says, I've been here for 3 days.
Would you happen to be interested in some gold coins?
Yes, 800 of them, in fact.
That's a bit too much. You see, we have only been given 400 for the job, but I'll happily offer you half of mine, so 50 gold coins if you join us.
I've seen the reward. That's what brought me into town as well. Don't think I'm some sort of peasant that you can fool around with. Gnome.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, sir. Well, I still offer you half of my reward. I'll offer you 100.
We'll see who gets these creatures first, you or me. And he just walks out into the darkness.
Before he goes, though, I sort of like offer my hand out to him like a proper warrior. Say to him, "Mighty warrior, you seem like a great man with a great blade there. May I shake your hand to wish you a great hunt for tonight."
He looks at you, looks you in the eyes for a moment, and then sort of shrugs and reaches out, clasps your hand with very firm grip. He's pretty strong, maybe not as strong as you, but quite strong. And you shake your hand briefly, his hand briefly, and then he releases your hand and turns around and steps outside.
And I say, "Good hunt, my good friend."
So, Random, you're trying to block him, or you're just standing in the doorway?
Random's been standing outside the entire time. He's not quite inside, but he's not quite outside. I guess you could say he's right in the doorway, just staring.
Are you moving to let this guy pass, or are you standing in his way?
Let's see. What he's going to do, he's going to let the guy pass him, but once he's right by him, he's going to use his prestidigitation, just because he doesn't like this guy, and make that symbol the darkness has been leaving all over the place appear on his forehead.
Okay, that eye thing.
Yeah, the eye thing.
Okay. As you do that, the guy stops, turns around to look at you, and says, "Careful, tiefling. I don't like it when people mess with me." And he reaches out, puts a hand on your shoulder, and pushes you against the wall of the tavern, the outside wall, leans in and says, "People have disappeared in this town, you know. Be careful that you're not next." And then he releases you, steps back and turns around and walks away in the darkness. Disappears in the rain.
Yeah, he stands there stroking his chin like, interesting.
All right. And you're again muted, Robin.
Thank you. Furball will once again turn against Bruno, who is the one who hasn't interacted with this guy, and say, "I don't trust this guy. I think he has something. I think he has something bad about him."
Perhaps.
Who knows? He was just a human with a great weapon and great strength. He seemed to know what he was doing. He'll be a glory. He's a glorious and honorable fighter by the looks of him.
I don't know about honorable, but perhaps glorious.
Yes.
Well, we will have to see if it's glorious or stupid.
And I thought I was the dumb one round here, but I did not know much of the outside of things, but I do know how to fight, and I know how to defend myself as best as I can.
You
I may not
definitely
be.
need how to. You're one of the best fighters I've ever seen.
I may not be book smart or know the worlds of the outside, but I try my best to get along. And the half-orc goes up to the bartender and says, "Bartender."
He looks up. Yeah.
Uh, and I sort of like I pull out like a skull that has all these teeth on it. It's my bounty that I got from my Outlanders um,
Yeah, background.
thing
Yeah.
background, and I rip off one of the biggest teeth from it, and I say, "What would you give me for this fine tooth from this owlbear that I killed and slaughtered?"
He looks at you and says, "Owlbears don't have teeth. Even I know that."
It's an owlbear. It's like a beak, type thing.
Yeah, a beak doesn't have teeth. It's
Oh
an
yeah, yeah.
owlbear.
Yeah, sorry. It's like he has a beak, and yeah, sorry. Yeah, so I say, like, what would you do? What would you give me for this bit of owlbear skull?
He looks at you and is like, "I don't need that.
Ah,
I can give you something to drink or something to eat, but you'll have to give me gold for that. You can have a room if you want. I have 2 rooms left."
A trophy has no value if you do not earn it yourself. You're a half-orc. You cannot give it to someone as payment.
Well,
Well,
whatever. Honestly, I don't care. Do you guys want something to drink or no?
yes, guessing so.
What
And
what what do
he
you
pulls
want?
out like a. He's not sure what he sort of like pulls out like a bronze coin because he doesn't know much about money. He says, "Just give me water."
Water.
Uh,
All right. Well, there's a barrel outside that you can have a mug and get some water from there. And he just pushes a mug to you over the counter towards you.
Verbal
Thank
comes
you.
running up saying, Somok, please, let me do this. And he looks over at the barkeep and he like makes his eyes go a bit up, like lifting up and say, well, excuse my friend, he would like a room and he would like a keg of wine if you have.
A whole keg. Sure. I'll be
Yeah.
10 gold.
Yeah, here, sir, please. And he gives him 10 gold. And he looks over at Solomok and says, well, my friend, you might not be the cleverest. Maybe not clever at all, but you're definitely the strongest. And you know what they say? Drink your wine so you grow even stronger.
The barkeep goes out into the kitchen, comes back, and puts the keg on the bar, and puts a few wine glasses next to it, like fairly simple ones, and says, "Suit yourself." Puts the gold away and says, "Do you need anything else before I retire for the night?"
No,
I
do what you wish.
All right.
I think it will be good, my friend. But please do me the favor. Never underestimate my friend here. He can tear a hole through a rock. He's strong as anyone, but he needs his wine.
Right. Well, he nods and says, "Well, have a good night then, and maybe I'll see you in the evening, in the morning. Welcome to the Red Hook." And he just walks up and opens the door in the back and disappears. And you can see he has like a bottle of some like half full bottle of something in his hand as he disappears and closes the door behind him.
I say, Frodo, thank you, Frodo. Your generosity and your kind words have really got to me. I do not know much of the outside world, apart from my clan and how we trade for things and how we deal with things. Normally, this owlbear skull would have treated me to a decent meal and a decent bed, but it seems that the city life, I do not know much of it. Your knowledge and your intelligence have surpassed me. I am ashamed myself, but thank you for the wine. I shall drink it most with you, little one. And he pulls the gnome a big, giant glass full of wine right to the rim. And he goes, Kota, let's drink.
And as you're drinking, something changes in the room. The light flickers for a moment as the candles and two of the torches flicker as if in an invisible wind that moved through the room. And you swear that the temperature just dropped a few degrees. And you can hear a voice coming out of nowhere. And the voice says, 4 blind mice. See how they run. See how they run. They all ran after the butcher's wife, who gouged out their eyes with a carving knife. Did you ever see such a sight in your life as 4 blind mice?
Would this be easily distinguished from the voice of the half-orc?
There is no... What? Half-orc voice? There is no... Yeah. There is no... The half-orc is drinking his wine right now. He's not talking.
Yeah, I mean, I would like this sounds something completely different from everything. It's like a ghostly voice or something.
Yes, it is quite weird.
Yeah.
You're not quite sure where it's coming from.
Furball will like jump up, looks around, look over to the other guys to make sure they're not playing any tricks on him.
Well, I assume you're all looking around now. So everyone has heard this voice. This is not just Furball. Everyone's heard this voice.
Random, do you recognize this thing?
Random looks around, shakes his head, and then yells out, "Whoever the hell you are, show yourself. Unless you ain't got the balls."
This town is mine. Its people are mine.
They're mine now.
You have until the sun goes down tomorrow to leave this place. Or
you have until right. Everyone just sees Random get a very serious look on his face, which everyone knows in the short time that he's been with the group that he never has a serious look on his face. He continues to look around with this serious look and says, "You have until I finish this sentence to show yourself. And if you don't, I'll claim all their souls for myself."
No response. And the room seems to be getting a bit warmer again.
Everyone sees Random just go, "Damn, that didn't work."
Let us stick together and get ready to face the darkness that's coming to get us. He puts down his glass of wine and stands up, the half orc, pulls out his gorehammer, his gorehound weapon, and he swings it around and makes a little howling, sort of whispering noise as he swings it around like ooh, 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 like that, and he grips it with both hands and he's smiling, and he stands near the doorway and stands there firmly in position waiting for the door to open. And he's like, yes, come forward, my prey, I shall smite thee with my axe of doom.
Couple minutes pass. Nothing happens.
Verbal will look over at the others and say, well, I'm not sure what I was, but it's not like anything I've seen before. Maybe the mayor isn't crazy after all. Maybe we should head over there, confront him once again, tell him what we saw, and ask if he's seen anything similar.
The cowardly creature seeks to hide from us and find easier prey. That is all it is doing. It called us blind because we are blind to its actions.
Which is most true, which is most true. I say we stay together and walk together to the mayor's place and see what is going on there.
I do agree. Let us go there.
Okay, so you look outside, you can see the town hall. You can see it from here. As I said, it's only about maybe 120 feet or so away from the tavern. And there's still the militia members standing there, like hooded up and just standing in the rain, looking around the darkness, some of them are carrying lanterns and just shining them around. And the interior of the town hall is very well lit. So everything seems fine as far as you can tell.
Well, if it's only the barkeep who's left in the tavern, and the sword-swinging guy who I don't know where left for, and the people inside church and inside town hall, maybe we should stick with the town hall. Maybe the monster appears here.
Well, and the monster only appears to those who are alone. It seems the innkeeper is by himself. Perhaps if we stay in the inn and did a stakeout there, perhaps the creature might show itself there, if we're lucky.
You have a good point. It has already shown itself to us. Maybe we are the appointed ones. You're cleverer than I thought,
Yes.
Orc. Half Orc, I'm sorry.
Do not worry. I may be not that smart, but sometimes I can be wise. And like he says, let us go inside and prepare ourselves for a hefty night.
Verbal will wait a little bit until the orc and the tiefling approaches and say, "Well, what do you think? Do you think we should stay inside the town hall or the tavern of the night?"
Random reaches behind him and grabs his glaive and says, "I'm going outside to hunt for this fucker."
Of course you do, my friend. Of course you do. Please let us know if you need any help.
What are you, bunch of pussies? Ain't gonna come and help a friend?
We must stay together. I don't care what we do, but no matter what we do, it must be as a group. You'll seek out a straggle or like a loose sheep from the herd and it will devour them.
But what can you do, Tiefling? This creature leaves no footprints, no trace of how to hunt it. It leaves no evidence whatsoever. It is best to try and perhaps stay at the end. Perhaps it may come back for us. Hunting it down, this spectral form, is impossible. How can you track such a being of great mystery?
Did you hear the voice that appeared earlier, half-orc?
Yes, I did hear the voice, but...
Yeah, it promised to come and hunt us down if we stayed here. I don't think we will need to look far for this creature, or creatures. I think they will come for us. But to be sure, let's try to protect as many of the villagers as we can tonight.
But the problem is, if we go to the hall, then we draw the creature to the hall where the most people are, and it will kill all those in the hall with and slaughter them. It's best to keep away from from the people and stay in the inn and sort it out there. That way, we're not endangering the innocent people of this town.
The people of this town has been gathering together every night, either in the town hall or in the church. They have only reported, unless this mayor still have information he hasn't given me, he has only reported that smaller groups have been attacked. I actually think that if the entire town stayed together in a town hall, nothing would happen, in according to what the mayor said, but we don't know.
Well, the mayor also told you that there's only about 60 or 70 people that actually fit inside the town hall, and there's 400 people in town, so that's kind of impossible, just simply mathematically. Unless you chop people apart and like put their heads inside, then maybe.
That might be a very good point, but Verbal haven't thought about it at the moment.
Okay.
So what should we do then? Should we all head to the town hall, or should we all stay here in the inn and put out defenses for ourselves?
Why don't we just make camp someplace outside, away from the villagers?
Very well. What
Yes.
does everyone agree?
Small group?
Let
Yes.
us gather a tarp and set up camp in the rain.
What if the tavern is attacked while we are away? That's the place where we were threatened by the whatever voice.
What if? What if? What if? This is all I hear is what if. Pick a course of action and stick with it, you coward. Don't care.
And like
Well,
York just sits on the step of the tavern and just like waits for everyone to move.
well, Dwarf, since you seem to know the best, I'll follow you.
Okay, so where do you want to go?
We will pick an area in the town that is away from the most people, and we will camp there.
Okay.
We will
do
wait until
realize-
something happens.
You do realize that if something should happen, we have pointed all the people to come to the town square, to the mayor's office. If something happens, the people will come there and we won't be noticed. We're notified.
But
Doesn't matter anyway. We set up camp here and do what we can. So the orc just follows the ranger and sets up camp in the rain. Sits on a stone with his shirt off and lets the rain run along his muscular body. The rain hits his bald-headed skull. He doesn't care if he gets wet or
All right.
cold.
Not liking this option, I suggest we put up guard posts. We should try to cover at least the mayor's office and possibly where we sleep. I say 2 or 3 hours each.
So what do you want to do?
I guess that wasn't a very popular suggestion. Well, let us trust the guards then. I will stay awake for 2 hours. You guys do as you like.
Yes, when you grow weary, I will watch.
So you're sleeping out in the rain, are you?
I have tents set up.
Oh, okay. Oh, you have a tent. Okay. All right.
And-
And
I'll-
one of you is awake at all times, I presume.
Yeah, I'll try to, for the first watch, I'll try to like walk around the camp and the mayor's office with like a light spell in my hand to make it glow up
And
so people can see me.
Okay.
And I escorted him as well, so he's not alone. So like,
Okay. So
we're going
two of you.
through-
So 2 of you are sleeping and 2 of you are awake. All right. As you're walking around, the town seems quiet, very quiet. In fact, you can only hear the rain. You can see the light around the town hall where all the people, or a lot of people, have gathered, and you can see guards just walking around there, just with their lanterns out and looking around. And a couple of them, as you approach, nod at you, and you pass by, you walk around, and a few hours pass. As midnight approaches, nothing seems wrong, except that the people are quite fearful, looking around, looking into the darkness. Rain has continued on. Everything's quiet. You can see that most of the town is dark, except for a few buildings that are still lit, where people are still gathered, and the church, the temple, is also quite lit.
Well, I'm glad you came with me, Solok. Let's head back and wake up the two others, see if they can do a walk while we sleep a bit.
As you move back to camp, you can see right in front of you, because you have dark vision, on the floor is a large eye symbol that someone has drawn into the mud.
Solok, do you see that? There's a symbol on the ground.
And as you look down, you can hear this voice again, speaking out from somewhere. It sounds like it's really close by. It basically sounds like someone's leaning in and whispering into your ear. If you die before you wake, do not cry, do not ache. Your life isn't yours to keep. So close your eyes and go to sleep.
You can, not you, but Solok can see the deep gnol's eyes being completely wide up. You can see he's clearly been scared by this message, looking over at the half orc, saying, "Do you believe in this? Should we stay awake all night?"
He just looks at you and like he just goes, I don't care about this thing. I just want to smash it.
Well, if it kills you in your sleep, you won't be able to.
Say that again.
If it kills you in your sleep, you won't be able to smash it.
Then I'll stay awake then.
Yeah, I'm afraid so as well. And as we walk back to the camp.
This is you already approaching the camp. This is only about maybe 20 feet from the camp.
Yeah, but as we approach the camp, I will look for the two other guys. If they're asleep, I will wake them up. If they're not, I will say.
I assume they are. They are asleep in the tent.
Yeah, I'll walk over and try to wake them up then.
All right, wake them up. So you wake both of them up?
There was a new symbol on the ground. A voice alarming me that if we go to sleep, we wouldn't wake up. So it's your turn to have a walk, but I don't think I'll stay up for tonight.
I am not walking anywhere. I am standing guard as I should stand guard. I am not standing guard over the town hall that has 60 individuals there. Why do they need another?
Okay, well, that's up to you.
You may
What
do
about-
whatever, but no creature will sneak upon us as I stand guard.
What about you, Mr. Random?
Okay, sorry, computer's lagging a little. Random says I'll walk around as far as I can, but I'm still going to stay within distance of everybody.
That sounds like a good idea.
And as he sits up from his bedroll, he reaches into his pocket. Hold on, let me find that spell real fast. And he takes out a white powder and a pouch of a silvery looking powder. He puts a pinch of each in his hand, rubs it around, and as he does, he starts muttering something. The powdery stuff starts to glow, and he reaches up and just puts it over his eyes. And he's casting See Invisibility.
All right.
And as Furball goes back to camp, he will try to stay up all night, looking around at least for the closest perimeter.
Okay. So the only one who's sleeping right now is Somok, yeah? Dave, are you sleeping? Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh
Are
yeah,
you
yeah, I have a little kip.
Okay. All right. So a few more hours pass, and then a few more hours, and then slowly the sun starts coming up again, and Furball, who hasn't slept at all, you will take 1 level of exhaustion as the sun comes up. And yeah, as the sun comes up, you can hear town waking. The rain has actually finally stopped, and the town seems to be waking up. Guards are looking around, and then just as you're basically waking up, you can hear a few shouts in the distance.
I go, I get up. As I hear it, I wake.
They seem
I
to be
wake up
coming.
and
They seem to be coming from the north side of town. So you're sort of in the center, more or less. The east is where you came from. The west is where the temple is.
alright. I get up and start running towards the noise. I can run because I got an extra 10 feet added to my thing, so I can run 40 feet.
Okay, what about the rest of you? Are you following, or are you just staying behind?
I follow behind you.
Okay, so you all run, and you find very soon you push through the slight morning mist, and you find a group of 5 guardsmen with lanterns standing there. And you can see they're standing in front of a group of small trees that are sort of growing in the town. There's like 3 trees next to each other, and then the other side of the street there's 2 more. And you can see in those trees, as they're staring up, are dead bodies. But they're not like freshly killed bodies, they're half rotten. And there's actually quite the smell in the air. There's like 6 or 7 bodies all in all, just draped over the branches, as if someone has just put them there, basically. And the guards are just standing there, and you can see they're like wide-eyed, protective symbols, clutching different kinds of like protective amulets and stuff. And they turn towards you as you come in, and you can see the Sergeant Berthold, whom you talked to last night, is at their head. And he just points up and says, do you see this? This hasn't happened before.
This is unusual. just get them down and give them a honourable death. Give them an honourable burial. So I get out my.
One of the
I get-
guardsmen points at one and says, That's my Uncle William. What the hell?
Do not worry. Do not worry. We will sort this out. And the orc just gets his spear.
William died like 3 months ago.
I just get my spear and I just poke each body until they fall down from the trees.
Okay, so as the bodies fall, they splat open because they're already quite ripe, and that smell intensifies, and now you have like pieces of entrails and rotten flesh all over the street, and the guards are just standing there wide-eyed, and 2 of them vomit onto the street.
At this point, once the stench starts permeating through the air, Random is going to close his eyes and cast prestidigitation to make the scent of freshly baked cookies fill the air to help cover up the stench of ass and death and vomit.
Helps a little bit, I guess.
He looks over at his fellow prestidigitationer and nods as if he's telling him to help out with the spell.
Alright, so is there like a wagon close by?
Not as far as you can see.
I say to the guardsman, get me a wagon. I need a wagon. Get me a wagon.
Yeah, of course. And 2 of the guardsmen dash off and come back after a few minutes with like a largish hand cart and put it. And
Alright, so I pick up the bodies very, very carefully.
Alright.
And put them in the wagon, and I say, have you got a cloth or blanket or something?
Just use your cloaks, says the sergeant, and 2 of the men take off their cloaks and put them over the wagon, basically.
And so I said, I shall deal with this personally. If you wish to come with me, you can to mourn the dead, if you wish to. And I lift up the 2 handles.
The sergeant just looks at you and says, "We've already mourned them. Those creatures, they must have dug up the cemetery. These are old people that died over the last couple months, or even more."
Really now?
Being very tired this day, Furball comes running up saying, "Are there dead people here?"
Yeah,
Yes.
in the wagon there. You can still see like pieces of them on the street.
But they're clearly rotten.
Yes, they are clearly rotten.
Well, who would do such a thing, digging up dead corpses?
The sergeant shakes his head and says, "Who knows what these creatures are up to? Are they trying to intimidate us or mock us or something? I don't know."
Maybe so. And the orc just pushes the wagon towards the church and calls up for the priest to come out. Says, "Man in white coat," like that type of thing.
As you approach the church, you can see there's a cemetery next to the church, and you can indeed see someone has dug out several graves. Like there's like small heaps of wet earth and mud, basically, next to the graves. And the father comes out, looks at you, and says, "Well, praise be to Pelor. We have all survived another night. Have we not?"
Of course we have.
I got some bad news for you, Father. It seems that your cemetery has been fouled by the wickedness of the darkness. Under here, I have under this blanket here. It may not be, it may be upsetting to you to see such a sight, but under here is some of the townspeople who have been dug up. I wish to return them to their holy grounds.
Corpses that have been dug up? he looks around, sees the
Yes.
graveyard, and says, and just shakes his head and says, "Oh, the darkness is getting stronger. Now they are threatening the holy ground itself. I thought the cemetery might be safe as well."
What about the church? Have you been safe inside all night?
Yes, I had about 30 people with me. We did not hear or see anything weird.
Have you thought about blessing the entire town, maybe?
I already did try that, but that's not that is far beyond my powers.
And then the orc takes the bodies to the graveyard and then dumps them into like a hole, and then just pushes dirt back on them because he doesn't know what hole they belong to, so he just puts them all into one hole.
Yeah, so you just
And
have
then-
like 6 bodies in one grave now, and you push the mud on top of them. Priest comes over and it's like, I'll deal with this. And he takes a look at like one of the corpses, still sort of half outside of the mud, and you can still see part of the face. And it's gonna be a bit hard to find out who is who, but I'll deal with this. Leave that to me.
Very well, man in white robes. And the orc just drops the wheelbarrow and then walks back to the party.
All right.
Half-orc. I'm sorry to say, I know you deserve of best attentions, but humans do not like mass graves very well. They have some tradition to mourn their dead. Their dead has some meaning to them.
And I did what I could. I returned the dead back to belong it to its owner, and that is what I done. I did what I think was a good thing to do.
You did good. You did good. You will have a wine soon.
And as you're standing there talking, and the priest is looking down onto the dead bodies, and the guardsmen are sort of standing around, not sure what to do, you can sense all of a sudden a really strong stench of decay, as if a fresh whiff came from a newly opened grave. And everyone's covering their noses. And one of the guardsmen vomits again onto the ground. And you can again hear that voice that you've heard. And as you can see, the people, the priest and the people around you, the guardsmen, also hear it because they all go pale and they all look around. Some of them look up at the sky, and you can hear the voice say, dead man, hanging in a tree. How many dead men do you see? Tongue turned blue and tongue gone grey. Watch them as they twist and sway.
Show yourself, creature. Face me now and feel my wrath of my blade.
And you can hear the guardsman talking to you. Did you hear that? And one of them says, what? No, that can't be. It's daylight. The creature's that's the sun has come up. Did you hear that? And they all start shaking, and the lieutenant doesn't look particularly much braver than his men either, and he just looks towards you and says, did you hear that as well? This voice?
Yes, sir, we did. I fear this, whatever it is growing. We should actively searching it out.
Father Hendrik says, yes, the darkness is growing.
Do you think it is the necromancer? Or something to do with the undead?
Well, I have seen no sign of this. I maybe, but I don't know. The bodies, they have not moved, have they? The bodies,
I don't know.
when you carry them.
I asked the priest, I asked the father, you're very wise about these sort of things and know about these sort of magics.
I don't really know much about magic. That's not my forte.
He scratches his head and he's looks at the gnome and says, "What do you make of this, gnome?"
I'm not sure, but tell me, Father. Is
Yes?
there a place nearby where nobody gathers? Is there a place where this evil could gather in peace?
What do you mean a place? There's nothing close by.
Do you
There's no.
have like an old farm, an old school, an old church, anything where
You mean
this...
you mean outside the town? I mean, inside the town, there's quite a few abandoned buildings that people have moved out. They
I
fled
mean
from the
outside.
dark. I'm not sure. He thinks for a moment, and the sergeant steps up and says, well, there's only one thing I can think about. The old mine. But that closed down like 20 years ago.
An old mine.
Yes, old iron mine. My dad used to work there. That closed down about 20 years ago. That's about a good hour west of here.
He scratched his head and looked over towards the dwarf. Well, dwarf, mining is your thing. What do you think? Should we check the mine?
Joseph?
I
with us?
suppose we could investigate the mine. It's better than playing around in this boring town.
Well, what about the rest of you? Do you think we should go to the mine as well? Well, the mine it is then. Let's go.
Okay. So you set out, you go to the city gate, and now you can open it from the inside easily. And you can see a couple of the guardsmen looking towards you. And as you exit the town, no one tries to stop you. You're standing outside. It is a overcast day, but there's a little bit of sunlight peeking through here and there. It's quite very quiet around you. There's just a little bit of wind. There's no birds singing, no other animal noises, not even voices from the town reach you. You want to set out west?
Yeah, towards the description.
Alright.
Verbal would head if nobody else interrupt him.
All right. Okay, so you walk across the fields. You cross two small streams. There's like old wooden bridges that look slightly rotten, but hold your weight. And you walk for a good hour or so, and you reach a couple small hills to the west of town. And there's an old road here that hasn't been used in a while, but you can still see it despite the mud and all that. You follow that road, and you very soon reach a place where there's two old wooden buildings, mostly rotten. The roofs have mostly collapsed, and maybe 50 feet or so further ahead, there is an opening with a tunnel it seems to be leading underground. The tunnel itself, however, seems partially collapsed, as if there was like a landslide or something that had partially collapsed, a small landslide, but still partially collapsed the entrance.
Well, what do you think, dwarf? You're the specialist here. I did my best to escape the underworld. I guess you still hold it there.
I can guide us through there. That is all I can say.
I'll follow you.
Okay. So what do you want to do? Do you want to try to get into the mine?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Give me perception checks. Whoever wants to enter.
25.
Okay. You pretty soon as you approach the mine, you realize this is very unsafe. This whole mine, most of the wood that's holding up the ceiling is rotten. A few of the main pillars, or whatever you call those things, have broken. And this looks like it could collapse. The whole thing could just collapse at any time, really.
I rolled a 18. Would I still be able to see the same?
Yes, with an 18, it's not very difficult to see.
So the structure of these woods, can like they be replaced by another wood or not?
Certainly, but you'd have to have massive wood, and that would probably be days and days of work. Massive pieces of wood, and you'd need who knows how many.
I would imagine that it is not worth our effort to explore the mine. If there is some foul beast in there, I could only imagine the mine will collapse upon him any day now.
But wouldn't this be the perfect place to hide, where nobody wants to enter?
Yes,
Yeah.
perhaps we can just simply sabotage the mine and have it collapse in upon itself. And if he's hiding in there, then he is done for.
Yeah, it would be a fairly easy task to collapse the entrance. A few decent strikes with an axe to the two closest pillars of wood could probably just collapse the whole
Right. So the orc cracks cracks his knuckles, and like shakes his arms, and like he goes, "Everyone step outside. Leave this to a pro." He chuckles, and he goes over to the one of the beams of the mines and waits for everyone to step back and take their positions.
Okay, I assume everyone would do that.
Fairbowl will run out as fast as he can. He doesn't trust anyone, but at least not the orc very much when it comes to timing.
So he's gonna give a little shake of the. So I'm gonna use my athletics to give a good pound of the surfing.
Okay, give me a Okay, so yeah, you strike in twice. Bam, bam. The axe bites deep into the wood.
It's not my axe. It's my physical fists.
Oh, okay. So you're just tackling the thing like with your elbow and striking it.
Oh yeah.
And you can see now the wood starts to crack. It's fairly rotten. So water has seeped into this mine over the course of the last 10, 15, 20 years. And the wood is rotten through and through. And as soon as you start bashing it, the whole thing starts shaking. Small pebbles start falling from the ceiling, bits and pieces of mud and whole like pieces of earth just lands on your head and like runs down your face. And you realize, oh yeah, this is collapsing really quickly. What do you want to do?
I jump out.
Okay.
And
give me a dexterity saving throw.
okay, I get advantage because I get danger sense since I know that.
Nope, you don't get advantage for. Actually, yeah, that's probably good enough. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's what I get for barbarian. I get danger senses.
Yep, that's true.
Alright. So athletics, yeah.
No, dexterity saving throw.
Oh, dexterity throw. Alright. So core stats. So dex. Oh yes.
Yeah, you just easily dodge out of the way of two or three of the larger pieces that come falling down, jump out of the mine, and behind you the whole entrance just collapses. Mud is flung in all directions. You're all getting a little bit of it onto you. And then within the next 10, 15 seconds, everything's quiet again.
Well, are you happy now, Ark? You're turned to pieces of mine. Should we head back into town now?
Oh, that was most glorious. Hitting that rock. Oh, I never had such a thrill in my life. And the orc just like dusts the little bits of rubble from his shoulder, and he looks at the dwarf and he says, "See, dwarf, that is how it's done. That is how you work a mine."
It's an easy task to destroy a mine. It's much harder to build one.
You can hear a voice in that moment shouting out from behind you, "What are you doing here?"
Fairbowl
And as
will
you turn
around to try to see what it is.
As you turn around, you can see that man with the long black hair and the bun, the great sword and the studded leather armor has stepped outside, from one of those, like, 2 large buildings, those rotten buildings that were next to the mine. He must have heard, obviously, the very loud noise of the entrance collapsing.
Well, the orc crosses, the orc holds, as he's dusting a bit of rubble from his shoulder, he looks at the human and says, "Well, human, I have collapsed the mine that the beast was sleeping in. Now he is trapped within inside."
Bullshit! The beast's not sleeping in the mine. And my name's not Human, I am Raphael.
Well, Raphael, where do you think the beast will sleep then?
The beast is in town, you fools. It hides amongst the population. It is one of them.
And have you proven this?
No, of course not. If I had, I would have killed it already. It is cunning. But I have found something else. You haven't seen it, have you?
Out of game, what did we not see?
Amateurs. Have you ever hunted a beast before?
Yes, I have hunted the beast. The beast itself is spectral and is ghostly. It does not leave any tracks or any clues of where it has gone.
Well,
it is unusual.
It left a few clues here, and he points with his thumb behind him towards the entrance of one of those houses where he stepped out.
Ah, I see. What sort of? So I sort of walk past him, and
Yeah, he just says, as you approach, he just says, "Well, take a look for yourself," and then he just turns around and walks away.
Alright.
Probably, it looks like he's walking back towards town.
Alright, I go towards the house that he pointed at.
All right. As you enter, the first thing that hits you is the smell. There's this very unpleasant, sicklish, sweetly smell of decay in there. It's not very strong, but it's quite noticeable. And then you can see, you smell it's coming from the left, from one of the rooms to the left. And you look inside the room, you have dark vision, so even though in the house it's fairly dark, and you trudge through the mud because the floor of the house, there's no floor as such, it's just a mud floor basically, with puddles of water. And as you step inside the room, you can see pieces of skeletons inside this room. At least about 10 or so, you would say.
Does it look like the flesh has been burned off or just been ripped off?
You're not sure. The bones are partially broken, and there's no flesh to be seen. And what you do see, however, on the left side, in a line, just lying on the floor next to each other, as if someone had put them there intentionally, are 4 small skulls. What looks like children's skulls.
I sort of like call out to my friends and say, "My friends, look what I have found. It is most disturbing." I sort of call out to my fellow companions.
Oh, Somok, good work. I thought you were always happy to find skulls, but yeah, they are somewhat disturbing. It seems to be small humans of some kind, maybe even children.
The only skulls I get are those of my enemies.
Yeah, I don't think you should keep this one, so I'm happy you had a view to it. Let me try to determine if there's any foul magic to this. If you have the time. And if nobody interrupts him, he will try to cast the detect magic ritual again.
All right. Give me another Arcana check as you do so.
I just move out of the way, let the wizard do his job.
I rolled a 17 this time, so I might actually get something. Let me check my Arcana. But I assume, as a wizard, I'm proficient.
That's like
So,
+7. I believe it's +7 or something you had.
It is 25.
Okay, so you sense magic. You sense some lingering malicious influence aura surrounding this whole place, like this whole room is drenched in it, as if some dark magic was here quite regularly. And you also sense a quite strong whiff of illusionary magic that's lingering in the air.
Is there like a stronger reading in another direction?
Not really, no. It's pretty much all over the place.
I turn to my party and I say, well, there's been some foul magic here recently, and it seems to be someone with quite potential when it comes to illusionary magic. I don't know much about illusions, but what I know is don't trust anything before you know it's the truth. Always try to poke it at least once. Are you listening, guys?
Yes, I'm listening.
I don't know how to deal with this illusionary magic.
Oh, it's quite simple. If it looks like an enemy, you hit it. If you're not able to kill it, well, it's an illusion. If you're able to kill it, it's not. Very easy.
That is until they make an ally look like an enemy, and then of course I'd kill my ally.
Of course, then it's more complicated. I didn't think of that. Well, I'm sorry, but as far as I know, we won't have any duplicates of our allies.
Let us let's see if I can find any tracks with the help of my friend Boren. Boren, my friend, your eyes, your wits are more greater than mine at finding animals. Perhaps we can find out exactly what has come in this house recently.
Yes, are there any other tracks to be found?
So give me a survival check. You would get disadvantage, but because you're two of them, the two of you, it cancels it out. So just a straight roll.
That is a 17.
Okay, so obviously there's your footprints, and there's one more set of footprints which you
18, but yes.
which you assume belongs to the human that you just saw, like large boots basically. And there is some older footprints here, and you can't quite make them out perfectly because of the water that's been seeping in and washing across the floor, but they look pretty large.
Do these tracks lead anywhere?
No, they're just like around in the building as such. Outside, if you like try to follow them outside, the rain has washed everything away. These tracks are days old, maybe even older.
There are the tracks of an even larger creature than that human here, but they do not exist outside of this house.
We're getting so close. I can smell it, but we're getting so far from our goal. This is most annoying.
Couldn't be one of those pesky large guys. It doesn't necessarily need to be a monster or anything bad. It could just be a large orc or...
Orcs have the same sort of structure as a human, my friend. They are big, yes, true, but orcs do not work like this. I know, they are very savagey people. They raped my mother. And you see him tighten his hands round his axe, and as he goes back to his old memories of this, he sort of opened up a can of worms here, my good friend. He says to you, yes, in the outlands where I come from, my mother was raped by an orc. That is why I'm here. I have been cursed by the filth that walks along in this world. She was raped by an orc and left pregnant with me. It was the most horrific thing for her, but she still gave birth to me. But she despised me. All my tribe despised me. That is why I left my tribe, seeking a great opponent to face and to gain honor, to gain that reputation of my tribe once again.
I'm sorry. I feel really sorry for your mother. Having had to go through all of this.
Yes, it is not a pleasant sight or story to tell, but that is why I'm here. I'm here to find a worthy enemy, a worthy foe, a worthy trophy to take back to my clans people, to show them that I am one of them, to show them that I am an honourable person and not some creature that is feared by most people.
I am sure you will. What I was referring to was the giant kind, the giant kin, maybe even a Goliath. Do you recognize these tracks?
Well, the tracks, I mean, they're hard to make out in detail, but they're definitely large. They kind of look human-ish. There is some, like, little bit of claws to them, but they're definitely much larger than a human track. That's all you can make out. The tracks are too old.
Would I be able to see that, or would I like to rely on their...
No, you'd have to rely on them. You can't see that. You just see there's like a little bit of an uneven thing on the ground, but if you're not like a experienced, survivalist and experienced tracker, you wouldn't be able to make out that these are actual tracks.
Oh, absolutely not. But do you guys tell me about the claws, or do you let me assume that there's like kind of bigger than orcish, between orcish and giant footsteps?
I tell you that they are clawish, like, I sort of look at the claw, and I sort of see how many toes, if I can see if any, how many toes.
There's not enough left of the footprint to actually count the toes. Could be 5, could be 4, could be 6. You're not sure. The claws don't look like massive claws. They're like kind of like more like longer fingernails in a way.
Furble starts pulling his beard, saying, "Well, this isn't human. It isn't elf. It isn't dwarf. It isn't gnome. Either it looks like orc, and it looks like something bigger than orc with claws as feet."
It looks like a lycanthrope. Perhaps a were creature of some sort, maybe a werebear or a werewolf.
Could I do like a nature check to see if I have any knowledge about this?
Certainly.
I think it might or might not be. I rolled 18. So whatever skill to apply, I have 18 plus something or minus something.
You have heard of the curse of lycanthropy, the curse of the were creatures, and you know that there is such a thing as were creatures, and you know that when they bite you, you might turn into one yourself, and that often ordinary people can change into these creatures, and most of them, not all of them, but most of them become evil, and a lot of them can't actually remember what they do. Well, like as they run around killing and eating people, at night, and there is quite a few like spooky stories about werewolves and similar creatures, where the person that is the murderer, so to speak, in a village doesn't even know that he's the murderer, in a way.
As the dwarfs speak up, you can see the deep gnome suddenly stops, starts to pointing in the air, like doing some additions, divisions, and additions and whatever, and you can see he's working it like maybe as much as 5 minutes before he points towards the dwarf and he says, "Yes, that's it, that's it. That fits everything we've heard up till now." He said that it could be one of the villagers disguised.
I say,
if it's a were creature, it could be one of the villagers disguising. It could turn into a were creatures, but where would it bring its captors? No, its
wait,
prisoners.
wait. If we're dealing with a creature of the were type, we need to do something before we go and face it.
That your character probably would not know. Unless you have a specialization in either Arcana or Nature. I mean a proficiency.
Yes, I do actually. I have proficiency.
You do have. Yeah, then your character probably would know that. Okay, yeah. Sorry.
So I say, let us go and grab some items. I sort of walk out towards the church first.
Okay.
This is going to be sort of up to you as a DM, but my character would not trust the knowledge of any half-orc that he has seen previous to this for having knowledge about anything.
Well, yeah. Bruno would know this as well, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, you would know. You would have everyone who has proficiency in Arcana or Nature would have heard the stories about like were creatures and silver and all that sort of stuff.
Okay.
That's what I meant, basically.
Okay.
So as he says that, you'll probably think, oh, that's probably what he's referring to.
Well, you might be right then, Solomok. What do you suggest we do?
I suggest we go and grab as much silver as we can. Make weapons, swords, daggers, whatever we can muster with the much silver we can grab. And then face the enemy in combat and kill it before it kills again.
You're speaking about weapons like it's something I would like to wield in battle.
Well, then, he looks at you and he, I know that you're a wizard. I don't know of the magical arts. All I know is a pointy blade and a sharp one. And like the orc grabs like a silver coin from his purse, and like he says, "I'm gonna try and turn in my gold for some silver, and try to make a weapon if I can before the night comes. You're more welcome to aid me in this endeavor."
I'm happy to come with you.
I assume you're walking towards town as you're talking.
Yeah, absolutely. We're walking back. My character wouldn't be after the knowledge he just realized he had, like thinking about all the things he's seen. He wouldn't feel very safe staying far out of town. So he would like to get back into town and like as fast as possible. And of course, if the guys are slowing behind, he would talk with them on the way regarding silver and werewolves or creatures or whatever.
Okay. Well, it will take you about a good hour or so to return to town. So it will be about noon or so as you come back to town. The doors are slightly open, so you can enter. And again, the town is mostly empty. There's very few people on the streets, and those people are casting surprised looks your way as if they hadn't expected to see you again, basically.
Okay, I go to the closest blacksmith.
Okay, so as you look around, you can see there's one blacksmith smithery as the only one you can see in town. It's a fairly large one, and right next to it is like what looks like a small shop. The smithy itself seems closed though. All the windows are closed, the door's closed, and
Alright.
the window shutters are closed. The shop seems open, as far as you can tell, anyway.
Alright, I try to open the door and see if it's open.
The door to what?
To the smithy.
Okay, you give the door a push, but it's locked.
I give a little knock to see if there's any answer.
You knock, you wait for a few minutes, no answer.
I give it a good shoulder budge. Boof!
You want to try to break in?
Yeah.
Okay, give me an athletics check.
Alright.
If I at any point would be able to react to try
You
to
can,
make.
certainly.
Yeah.
You can, yeah.
What check would you require me to do?
To do what?
I would like to make him not break into the Smith store,
Well,
as I
you
don't think.
You could just talk to him. He's trying to buff it in with his shoulder, but he's not strong enough. He just like, and then retreats back, and the door's still there,
Fuck.
undamaged.
Somok, take it easy. If you barge in there, why would the Smith ever want to help you? Take it easy, man. We need to
Well,
find the Smith, not break his store.
He may be dead, or he
Hey,
may
look.
be...
Nah, the Smith's not dead. It's noon. He's probably out eating lunch or something.
You're looking for the blacksmith? You can hear a woman's voice from the side. You look over and you can see the shop's door has opened and a plump woman has walked out, short, silver blonde hair, sort of in her late 40s.
Yes.
Very simply dressed, maybe the shopkeeper, maybe a customer, and you're not sure. And she's looking you away.
Yes. I'm looking for the blacksmith. Tell us quickly, woman. Where can we find him?
I don't know. Gunter was one of the first who disappeared about 3 weeks ago.
I sort of like...
Smithy has been closed ever since.
Damn. I sort of get frustrated and head towards the chapel then to church.
Don't worry. We are friends with a dwarf. What are dwarf good for if it can't make stuff with metal?
But this dwarf is the dwarf of the woods by the looks of him.
I don't know.
I
a
am a
dwarf is a dwarf.
lumberjack. You're a gnome. Are you good at creating small fabrics?
I'm good at whatever you need me to be good at, if it's a good day for it.
Or would you magically create magic nonsense? I don't know.
Of course! And he snaps his fingers and you see small like fireworks going up into the air. See! It's no problem at all. Now you go making the silver things for the half
Alright.
orc.
So, can I approach the chapel? The priests were back to the Sun Temple.
Okay, you can see the priest is laboring outside, is helped by a few older citizens as they are, seems like they're putting the dead back in underground and closing up the open, graves.
Alright, and I go over.
With shovels and all that sort of stuff.
I
They're
go
pretty dirty and muddy all over.
Alright, and I go over to the priest and I say and I pat him on the shoulder gently.
Yeah,
And
he looks up and sort of smears, whips his brow, trying to get away with the sweat, get some sweat, wipe off some sweat. But as he does that, a lot of the mud that's been on his robe is now on his face. So he has like a brown smear across his forehead. He looks to you and says, you have returned. Have you been to the mine then?
Yes.
As the sergeant suggested. Did you find anything?
Yes, but let's just talk somewhere where ears cannot overhear. I have some information, but I do not wish to scare the villagers, if that's okay with you, priest.
All right, of course. We can step inside the temple, of course. And he looks down onto himself as he's muddy and wet, and he just thinks for a moment and just shrugs and walks up. There's like a couple steps, and he leads you into the temple.
Okay, I say to him, well, I closed off the mine. We went there. We thought the creature was in the mine, so I shooken the wooden beams and closed the entrance. But then, as we come back out,
no one's been in the mine for at least 10, maybe 20 years. I don't think that will matter much if you destroyed the entrance. Don't worry about it. I think most people in town have far greater problems and worries than that.
yes. Well, that's the sort of news in a way. But it's more news. We went to a little house and there were children's skulls in a house, and people been murdered most viciously. I think me and my friend Boron here, think that the creature of the night is a werewolf or a were creature. We wish, with your permission, of course, to have some of your finest silverware to make some silver weaponry to defeat the creature of the night.
Well, I mean, if we don't have much silver, I have a few pieces here and there, some candlesticks that I could give you. If you think that it's very necessary, I am happy to hand that over to you. But how are you going to make this? Hasn't the smith disappeared as well?
Yes, the smithy has disappeared, but we can try to make something out of these objects from here with the help of our friend the wizard. No doubt the wizard, my friend here in the room, probably knows some really good sort of trickery and can help us melt the items in question.
So you think it is a werewolf? So what that would mean that it's one of the people here.
It may be so, but we're not sure yet. Our confirmation is 50-50. It's all in the air right now.
I see.
If I can, I'll give you this in return. If you give me the silverware, then I shall perhaps dedicate myself to your temple if you wish me to.
Gold. No, it is not necessary. If you can stop this creature, break this curse, or whatever it is that's come upon this town, this will be more than repayment enough. Let me gather the silver, and he starts shuffling around the room and grabbing like a few candlesticks and a few bits and pieces made of silver here and there, and then just puts them all in a bag and hands them over to you.
Would Furball be anywhere close when this is happening?
I assume you all stepped into the temple.
Yeah, he's starting to worry a bit how he's able to turn this into a weapon. As he's not exactly a smithy, he might have taken his mouth a bit full when he says he can do stuff, but yeah, you can see he's like walking slightly backwards towards the door, scratching his head a bit and like being a bit worried.
Yeah.
And I asked the wizard, do you know any intense heating sort of spells or sort of fire spells that can melt weapons into shape or bend them, or any sort of fiery trickery?
I'm kind of sure you're not so familiar on the topic, but there's creating something and destroying something. Those things are quite far apart. I'm not specifically good at any of those, but I know how to create fire, but not exactly how to make things into a weapon.
No, I'm just asking if you know how to melt things, like I don't know if you know this out of game. Do you know the spell heated metal? What it does, you can make metal melt or something like that.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I can always let me do one Arcana check. No, I have no idea what a spell you're talking about. You might be looking for a cleric.
Ah, damn it. Back to you, Tiefling.
The tiefling, his hands burst into flame.
Okay. Ah, awesome.
Yeah, he's just standing there as everyone's talking, and he's like, "Really? I'm a tiefling? Yes, I am. They're talking about fire. I know my fire. Fuck it, boom!" And then his hands burst into flames.
Ah, the half-orc is not sure how to like thank you, but he sort of like pats you. He sort of like he's not sure. He scratches his head. He's like patches you and he pats you on the shoulder or tries to be kind and thanks you, mighty demon. And he says, "Ah, thank you, thank you, mighty demon of the underworld. Your powers are most great." And and like, with the flames from the tiefling, the orc will start using his brute strength to bend these like candles and objects into like a spear or something that he could use.
Well, you'd have to do a bit more than just a quick thing, but if you spend a few hours doing this, you might be able to make like a few makeshift daggers out of these things, just sort of make spikes.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
That's the best you can do, but that will take you that will take you a few hours, and you'll also need a place to do that in, not just like in the middle of the temple.
No, we do it somewhere.
You need like at least some sort of equipment.
Yeah.
Yeah. I swear I can talk today. Random looks at his half ogre friend and says, "We could always see if we can use the blacksmith's place. Use his
tools,
his equipment."
All right, let's go back there then.
He nods, and the flames on his hands vanish. Then he reaches into his pocket, pulls out that bag of gold he found. Then he takes another one with just slightly more gold in it, and combines them into one pouch and hands it to the priest.
The priest takes the gold.
And he says, "This is for being so generous too. Not only."
Well, that is really not necessary. I am doing my part to help the town. If you insist, I will take this gold, but it is really not necessary. These are just material goods. Lives are much more important, and lives are at stake here.
He nods, and as he hands the bag of gold to the priest, he uses prestidigitation to make the symbol of Paler appear on his hand.
Okay.
On the tiefling's hand.
Right. The priest looks at you for a second and then puts the gold away and gives you a nod.
He nods back and turns back to his to the party and says, "Guys, let's get to the blacksmiths.
Right,
we got some work to do."
Yes. The orc marches back to the blacksmith, back to the door, and
as you're passing the deep gnome, he will say, "I am sorry, but the blacksmith was the first person to go away, Samok. He's gone."
Doesn't matter. We're just going to use his high tools to do what we can. Improvise, my good friend. Improvise.
Okay, if you think so. Just not assume that I will be wielding any hammers. They're too heavy for me.
That's fine. The dwarf, he can wield a good hammer. Can't you, Mr. Dwarf, my good friend?
That's what I thought as well.
Come on, Baron. I know that you can muster a good hammer.
I can hammer anything, I suppose.
All right. So you walk back to the blacksmith's, which is locked. Are you trying to break down the door again, or are you trying to do something else?
Yeah, I'm gonna try and break down the door again.
All right.
If you allow me, I might have a way to get in.
All right. I step aside and say, "Go ahead, my friend."
Furble will walk up and he will knock gently at the door as he casts a knock spell.
Okay, the door opens up, springs open immediately.
There you see, my friend. Brute forces and everything.
Trickery! Ah, good one. And he gives a little high five to the little gnome. Ah, well done. Your sorcery is most, your wizardry or whatever you do is most great. And then he walks in and gets the kiln nice and hot with the old puffer
All right.
bags. Gets the and tries to melt as much silver as I can into like the cups, and try to smelt a blade if I can onto the onto the onto the you know onto the cut out piece on stone. You know, because normally you have a stone and it has the engraved blades on the stone, and you pour the liquid metal onto into the hole and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, you can. If you spend most of the afternoon here, you should be able to forge like a dagger for each of you. Not really a dagger, but like a makeshift weapon that functions as a dagger, basically made of silver or silvered. Anyway. But yeah, it will take you a while. None of you has really any blacksmithing experience, and you're working with like more like guessing than really like doing professional work. But yeah, it will work out. You'll have pointy things that you can stab into someone in the end. So you can all write down a silver dagger on your character sheet if you want to.
Yay.
We just made the history's first metal shivs.
Yeah, basically. Basically silver shifts, yeah, shifts. That's a very good.
Got a quick question. On the on my silver shift, could we just say that we used my portion of the silver to coat like my great axe, the edges of the great axe?
That will not work because it will break off immediately.
Ah, okay.
You have to have like a full thing that's made mostly of silver. Just a thin coat will immediately it won't hold very well because you don't want to heat up your great axe as well with the silver because the great axe will start melting. And if you don't heat both of them up, the silver will just stick to the great axe very loosely, and then after like 1 or 2 strikes, it will be gone basically.
Oh, okay.
And it's
That
very
makes sense.
usable as like metal and silver has a very different degree of melting, and we have no friggin' idea how to do stuff. By the way,
exactly.
I won't ask for anything in silver, so if that would be a limitation, I would give it freely to whoever asks me the most.
No, it's all right. You have enough to make 4 of those. It's not the amount of silver that's the problem. It's more your skill in doing so.
Fine. So I gave one silver dagger to everyone. I say, here you go, my friends. This will hurt the creature. Make sure you aim for the heart.
Okay,
That is the best place to hit a werewolf.
As you hand out the silver daggers and step outside, you realize the sun has nearly gone down and it's nearly dark. The afternoon has passed, and the streets are rapidly emptying of people. What would you like to do?
I guess we could patrol.
Furble is standing there looking at his new, very, very poorly made silver dagger and looks at the other guys like, what am I supposed to do with this? Are we gonna wait here?
The best thing to do with a silver dagger is to throw it at the werewolf. Make sure you hit it, and then it'll die.
That's far closer than anything I prefer to get to. Whatever dangerous things. But yeah, sure, thanks.
I don't know much about these creatures. All I know is that they are very, very weak to silver. I don't know if your magic will work on them, or I don't know. You could try, but this dagger is the last resort. Use it wisely, my good friend.
All right.
I would happily give it to you if you think you could use it wiser than me.
Very well. I take the silver dagger off of you and say, "One, stay behind me, and I shall protect you with all my life force as much as I can."
That sounds like a very good idea. I am so glad we made this decision.
Okay. So where do you want to go? Do you want to go back to the inn or something like that, or where are you going now? With your new equipped weapons, master crafted.
Emphasis on crafted.
Yes. You as a dwarf, you feel a little bit of a shame to be equipped with such terribly badly made crap, basically. But
You're in the position with like, if everyone in my entire clan sees me with this, they're gonna shame me forever.
yeah, basically.
You can live with that. It's a risk I'm willing to take.
Okay. So, you going back to the inn, or where are you going? Back to the temple?
Let's hang out at the inn this time.
Okay.
At least we won't be cold when the monster tries to avoid us.
All right. So as you enter the inn, there's no one there except for the innkeeper, and he looks fairly drunk. He's like his head's hanging down, and he only looks up like really quickly as you enter, and then heads back down again, and you can see a little bit of drool sort of running down his chin and hitting the bar, and he's just sitting there. And you can see a mostly empty bottle next to him. No one else is there.
Where did your frightening patron from yesterday go to?
What?
The big man with the studded leather armor.
I don't know. Haven't seen him all day.
Bruno will look to his allies and he'll think for a moment, and he'll say to them, "Perhaps he's the were-creature. Our well-armed friend."
Maybe so. We do not know.
His tracks were at the same area of the were-creature's footprints.
But why would a person go back to the scene of the crime? Makes no
Because he
sense.
has no idea, because he is a werewolf. Or werebear.
Whoa, werewolf? Did you say werewolf?
No. You did not say such a thing. Go
You're
back to
drunk. We
sleep.
didn't say anything, sir.
Is that what killed my daughter?
No.
No.
No. Go back to sleep.
No, I
No,
said
and Keith, it was a
where
were
was the
either.
wolf at? You did not hear me correctly.
He gets up, stumbles around, nearly falls, like steadies itself on the bar, and then stumbles back towards what you assume is his room in the back, like that one door that he disappeared last night. Barely keeping up, and then stumbles through the door and just leaves the door like open a little bit, and you can just hear him crashing down on a bed or something with like a grunt.
Okay. You guys might have a good point. Maybe we shouldn't tell everyone that we're hunting a werewolf. But at least maybe we should let the guards know that we're looking for a human or wolf-like creature. And maybe the church as well. I mean,
The priest already knows. You told him.
yeah, I mean, like the clergy. Is that the name? If there's any clergy
No.
here?
The clergy is the priest.
Oh, it's the only one. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
And then it's good enough.
It's a fairly small temple.
Yeah, then it's only the guards we have to think about. I mean, the further we can get the information, if they see anything fitting the description, the earlier we can act.
Okay.
What
so
do you think, my friends?
I do not care. I just simply wish to stake out and find this creature and kill it.
Okay, let me head out and speak with the guards then.
Okay, so you head outside, you leave the three of you behind, and you can see the guards are just getting ready because the sun has just disappeared. The guards are just getting ready for another exhausting night shift. They're not looking good. They look like they haven't slept in like 3 days. And they're just clutching their spears and getting ready for another night of unpleasant surprises. And as they're herding people, the chosen 60 or 70 people for this night, into the town hall. And Sergeant Bertolt comes over to you and says, did you find anything at the old mine?
Well, to cut this short, we think there might... Have you ever heard about something like shape changers before?
What you mean, like a werewolf?
Ah, correctly, sir.
What? You think we have a werewolf in town? I haven't heard any howling.
No, but if you put all the evidence together, you yourself believe that there's somebody amongst the people living here.
Yeah, that's what the blood hunter said.
Uh-huh. And yeah, from all the evidence we've found, it might point to, or at least a half-orc thinks it might. Well, yeah, let's just say it points towards a werewolf. We think it's a werewolf. At least that's the theory we're working with at the moment.
So it is one of us. He starts looking around suspiciously at the other guards.
It might be. It might very well be.
That means he could be like in the town hall at this very moment, couldn't he?
Absolutely, but have there ever been a killing in a town hall?
No.
No. So I assume who's ever the perpetrator, he's clever enough to not attack people when they're in larger groups. That's so far you told me. It's only smaller groups.
Yeah. 3, 4 people at the most, not more.
Yeah. So I don't know how many guards you have at your disposal, but if you could post 2 guards by the town hall only, so that if one gets attacked, the other one could help or report in.
What? I can't do that. What if the monster attacks? 2 guards won't be able to stop it. It can slaughter like 20 people in there.
Don't think about that. Think about how fast you can warn us so we can come to your aid. You need to spread your people out with the smaller groups. Think the other way than that you have done previously. Your previous work haven't been able to stop it.
Give me a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Oh, I don't mean that. I rolled a 4 and a 19, so it's gonna be.
Yeah, he just shakes his head and said, "No, I can't do that. We need to protect the most amount of people, and the most amount of people are here. If I spread my main fin, the creature can strike whenever he wants."
Yeah, you make sense, but well, how far has it gotten you until now?
Well, I mean, at least the people in the town hall are safe. If we spread everyone up, we're not going to be able to protect anyone.
How many people have disappeared at a maximum every night?
Well, I'm not sure, about 2, 3, something like that.
Mm-hmm. So,
I'm not sure.
Wouldn't you think that if it takes 3 people from the town hall, we have maybe 50 witnesses to what took them? If it attacks a single home with only 3 people, it could take everyone away and nobody would know.
So what's your point?
My point is, don't guard the town hall. The town hall has so many people that
of course I'm
whatever's
gonna guard.
attacking.
You know what's gonna happen if I pull my men off from the town hall? The people are gonna go crazy in there. We're the only thing that's keeping them more or less in check. People are afraid.
I'll understand you. Can you on my small map here, can you write in the most common places to access in and out of town? If you could keep it down to 4, it would be excellent.
There's only one. There's only one door. There's only one gate.
No, I mean, like into where the most people live.
You mean in the town hall, or what? I don't understand.
Okay. This might just be me not getting it. How big is the city?
Well, there's originally about 500 people have lived here, so it's about maybe I'd say 200 houses or so.
Okay, but how far away from the town hall would they be located? Is it like a main living quarter and the rest is shops?
No, it's just there's just a couple shops and the rest is just living quarters.
Okay, yeah.
So most of the town are living quarters.
I get it then. Well, then he would ask for where are the densest, not like the closest density of people at this point after people having disappeared. Like if we would like to place 4 people guarding, where should we place them more or less?
Probably in the center of town, if you want to ask me. I mean, you never know when the creature strikes. It struck at pretty much every part of town, and the center is closest enough so you can get everywhere quickly. That's what I'd say.
That dangerous. We'll keep in the town, like in the center of town, then.
All right. Well, I'll be around as well.
Good. And I'll walk back to the other guys to let them know about my failed plan.
As you approach the inn, you can hear a gust of wind hits you and like blows a little bit of dirt and dust into your eyes, and you stumble backwards a little and you hear a voice again as if it's whispering into your ear saying, "You had your chance." And that's it. And you look around, there's nothing to be seen.
Should I do any kind of tests to how I react to this, taking into the consideration that I have already disadvantage?
That is your, that's up to you completely. You don't need to take any tests.
I think that, like as a deep gnome, I am used to all the dangers of the underworld, like the Underdark. But at the other point, I am thinking that everything above ground would be safe. So this kind of scares me, even if I'm used to bad stuff. But yeah, say I'm getting like what's it called? Startled.
All right. Well, you're not the only one.
No, I'm going inside, and I'll tell the others. I heard a voice again. It's starting to get to me. I think we should watch the center of town, as the guards have told us.
All right. Let's get this over with.
Okay. So I mean, the inn is pretty much in the center of town. So if you stay in like the common room of the inn, you'd be able to be. You are quite central.
Yes. I shall stand in the center of the inn, and and hold my axe in my hand, and wait, standing, looking at the door.
All right.
I appreciate your dedication, Somok, but I think it's okay even if you sit. But if I could have the first hours of the night sleeping, it would be really nice. I'm starting to get a bit tired after 18 hours awake.
Yes, you have a nice little rest over there, and I shall stand here looking at the door. And
Thank you. But don't hesitate to wake me up if you hear anything of danger.
Don't worry, you will hear my mighty roar as I attack the beast.
If possible, it would be nice if you could wake me up even before that, but I'll leave that up to you. You are the most advanced of us when it comes to combat.
Who knows? The dwarf might. The dwarf's here. He's pretty good as well with his weapon. He is a ranger after all. They are very sharp and very good with their bow.
You are very correct, so that's the reason why I don't have to tell him. Keep up the good work.
Okay. So who goes to sleep and who stays awake?
I stay up.
All right.
And
I'll go to sleep on the first watch.
Sleep.
All right.
Yeah, I'll go to sleep as well.
Okay, so 3 of you asleep. Do you just sleep in the common room, or do you want to go up to one of the rooms?
Common room.
Okay,
Yeah.
sleep like under a table next to the fireplace or something like that?
I sleep on top of the bar with a ham sandwich in my hand.
Okay.
Verbal has got used to the
Actually-
luxury of the overworld, so he's actually asking for a nice room and a nice bed.
Asking? Who are you asking?
Well, I'm taking a good room and a good bed.
Okay, well, the beds are fine upstairs, but you do realize that this room hasn't been cleaned in a while. It looks like the innkeeper doesn't care much about, but it's not too bad. Like, it's not, we're not talking like months. So it's a bit dirty. And as Random looks into the kitchen, looking for his sandwich, he does realize that there's very little food left. There's only food left for maybe about 10, 12 meals at the most. But there is plenty of alcohol.
I got food rations anyway. I got 10 days.
No, I know. I'm just saying.
Yeah, as Random walks into the kitchen and notices all this, he drops to his knees and says, "Why does the gods beseech me and my ham sandwich? Damn yous all!"
Okay, so you go to sleep. A few hours pass. How long does Samok want to stay awake?
I'll probably stay awake for 4 hours, and then give a dwarf a little poke, and say it's his turn to do the second watch, since he's a ranger and he knows
Alright.
how to hunt the prey. Oh, and before I do go to sleep, I get out my bear trap, because I'm an outlander. I get traps.
Yeah, you do have one, yeah.
So I set up a bear trap near the entrance of the front door, and
Okay.
and then this I cover it up with a few, try to make it hidden, sort of thing.
Well, it's a bit difficult to hide something inside a trap inside a room. I mean, you could put like a carpet on top of it, I guess, but then it wouldn't hurt as much.
No, actually, I put it above. I'll set it above, like, when someone opens the door, it falls on their head, like a bucket.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, like a bucket, type thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Alright.
I do that, and then I poke the dwarf and say, "Dwarf, it is now your time to do the."
Alright, I know what I must do.
And I say to you, do not open the door, though. I have set up a nice little booby trap for those who walk in. And I point to it, and I show the little bear trap bucket technique that I've done.
Okay.
And then I go to sleep.
He
Alright.
nods, and as the night goes on, every few hours he does his normal rounds, looking around everywhere, and then checking on the innkeeper to see if he's still sleeping in his bed.
Yeah,
passed
the
out.
innkeeper is passed out. You see like half broken bottles in his room. There's like vomit on his bed. It's dirty and it's disgusting. He looks like he hasn't changed his clothing for at least like 5 or 6 days. And there's like stains and vomit and sweat and beer and all kinds of stuff on it. But he's passed out and sleeping, well, very deeply. It stinks a lot. Like you can smell very strong booze as soon as you enter his room.
Alright.
Give me a perception check.
Perception. An impressive 11.
Okay. You don't hear anything.
Alright, well then I go back and I just keep my eye on my companions.
Okay. Half an hour later or so, you can hear someone banging on the front door, and then the door opens, and you can hear a scream as the bear trap falls down onto the head of the guy who just came in, and hits him in the side of the cheeks and pierces his flesh. And as you look up, you can just see like a member of the militia, like screaming. That wakes you all up, by the way, because it's a very
I
It's a
get
very
up.
loud scream, and he's like
I get-
trying to get the bear trap off, but it's only digging deeper into his cheeks, and
Bruno,
blood runs down onto his chest.
remove the trap.
Okay, you
Clutching
grab
it
him.
in his iron
grab-
knife.
Okay, and he like sinks down. Ah! As blood runs down his face and onto his chest.
I get up and I go, ah! I caught the foe! Where is he? Where is my prey?
What the fuck? What the fuck? Ah!
Ah, you're not my prey! Ah,
Ah!
ah, it's only a flesh wound.
I apologize. I will fix this. And Bruno pauses for a moment and places his hand upon the face of the crying guardsman as he channels the holy energies of nature into him, casting cure light wounds upon him.
Okay, so that's 1d8, I believe.
And I take the bear trap. I take the bear trap and disarm
Alright,
it.
the bloodied bear trap.
And
He
put it
is
back in my
healed
bag.
for 8.
Okay, the wound closes and he's like, huh? What? He touches his face and he wipes off the blood and the skin's even. There's no trace of the wound left. It wasn't particularly deep, it was only very painful and bleeding quite a lot, as head wounds tend to do. So he's like, it's good. No more pain.
Yes,
You know-
I have mended your wounds.
Yes. The sergeant sent me to get you. There's something going on at the temple.
Really? Ah. Very well then.
One of our men came from there, and he said there's that the temple has disappeared.
What?
I don't know. That's what he said.
Okay.
I make sure that Verbal is awoken if he is not already.
Yeah, you are awoken because the guardsman has screamed a lot in pain. So you're both awake. Both Verbal and Random are awake.
Yeah, right when Random hears that the temple has vanished, he grabs his stuff and just darts out heading straight to the temple, not even waiting for anyone.
All right.
Just to get how far out I am at this moment, how long would I have been able to sleep before I got woken up?
It is now about midnight, so you would have slept about 5 hours, which
That would still give me disadvantage?
Give me a Constitution saving throw. Let's see if you've rested enough.
Oh, natural 1. I guess that's out to success.
Yeah, you have slept very badly, unsurprisingly. Even though you're very exhausted, you are still quite tired and groggy as you stumble down the stairs and hear all this commotion that's going on and hear what the militia, like the guy is shouting about the disappearing temple, and you can see Random dashing out the door basically.
As I shamble down the stairs, I'm like, what all this ruckus? Why don't you let me sleep? I'm tired. If I'm gonna take my shift afterwards, you guys need to let me sleep.
The temple has disappeared, my friend. It's time to investigate what this is going on. So I grab my axe, run outside with an axe in hand, and follow the tiefling sorcerer person to the
On my
temple.
way out, Furbal's gonna grab like a jug of beer from the bar, not caring if it's half full or almost empty or whatever, as long as it has anything in it. Yeah. Take a chug, shake his head, and run after the other guys. He's not believing that the temple disappeared.
Okay, you can see outside the militia members are still mostly in place, like surrounding the town hall, but they're looking really nervous and they're all looking towards the west. So you run, that's the direction the temple's in. So you run down there, and everything seems pretty dark there, so there's no light to be seen in the temple. As you approach, you can see, with your dark vision, you can see a large puddle of blood on the street in your way, about maybe 100 feet or so away from the temple. It's pretty large, it's like across half the street, about maybe 2 yards big or something like that.
I think at this point Purple would actually be too surprised to act like self-preserving. So he would actually run forwards towards the pool to investigate it rather than trying to cast any protective spells on himself first.
All right. And so you all run up to the temple, and you can see light ahead, and you can see 4 guardsmen, 2 of them with torches, standing there and looking at the temple. The temple's still there, from what you can see. It has not vanished. You can see they're standing like in front of the temple, looking at the building, and the torchlight is sort of hitting the walls, the front walls of the temple, reflecting slightly on the symbol of Pelor on top of the tower. And they turn around, weapons drawn. As soon as you come running up, they relax a little bit as they see you. And you can see Sergeant Berthold is amongst them. He's one of the guys holding the torch.
What's going on here, Sergeant? What's the problem?
I don't know. We just came here, arrived here a couple minutes ago ourselves. One of my men came screaming out and said the temple has disappeared. And I had 4 men here. I don't know what happened to the other 3. We couldn't find them, and there's blood on the street. Did you see that?
Yes, we did. We did not know what's going on. Stay with us. Stay together. Be strong, my men. Be strong. Be strong, my fellow companions. If we stay together, we could try and fight this foe. And I go up to the door of the temple and see.
As soon as you step towards the door, you can hear a whoosh, and then something lands right in front of you, and you're spattered with blood. And you look down, and you can see the half torn apart body of Father Hendrik. His dead mouth open to a silent scream.
I look up.
But it's dark. You don't see anything. And the guardsmen rush up, see that, and the 2 of them start screaming and just run away. And the other 2, Sergeant Berthold and 1 more guardsman, just start shaking heavily. One of them, the sergeant, actually drops the torch and hits the ground next to the dead Father Hendrik's face, illuminating him and casting weird shadows on him. And you can see he's literally been torn apart. It looks like someone or something took his rib cavity and tore it open, opened him up.
Alright, I look over to the ranger and say, Ranger, shoot your arrow above the clouds there. Maybe you can see it by casting your light spell upon an arrowhead and maybe see the enemy.
Or I'm a dwarf, no self-respecting dwarf uses a bow.
That's true. That is very, very true.
Whatever. Very well then. Let's go in and try and see if we can catch up to this beast. And I kick the door open.
Okay. And as you do that, you can hear a voice coming from all directions at once, and it sings this weird little, "There was once a man so wise, he jumped into a bramble bush and scratched out both his eyes."
I laugh. And
the 2 guardsmen just stare around in shock. They're like completely white, trembling, and just standing there, barely being able to stand on their feet. As they're just looking around and sort of standing back to back, holding one of them holds like a short sword in a shaky hand, the other one just hugs himself, looking around.
I say to them, "Go home. Go back to the main square, the main tower. Don't look back." And
we can't go. The darkness will get us. It will kill us. I don't want to die. One of them drops to the ground, starts crying. Please.
I just kick him, and then I go inside.
He drops over. The other one's still holding, Sergeant Berthold still holding a short sword and shaking. and completely unresponsive. He looks like he's gone into like shock, basically. He's like just staring into nothing and just shaking in place with his short sword.
Okay, I run inside and with my axe drawn and see what I can see.
So what you see is a bloodbath. There's at least 15 people here, and they're all dead, and it looks like a large beast has been put into a cage with a few people. Let's put it that way. There's
Okay.
like blood everywhere, pieces of entrails. Like you see a ripped off or torn off or cut off arm lying half in the entrance. There's 2 bodies, or what's left of them, sprayed over the altar, and all the torches, the lanterns, and all the candles have gone out. And that it's dark in the church.
Alright, I pull out my I put my axe away and draw my 2 shiny silver daggers and put them both in my hands, and then I look for some stairs to see where the beast runned upstairs. I say, "Come on, Ranger! The beast must have went this way. Come on, let's go hunt him down."
There is actually a staircase, like a spiral staircase leading up to the tower, probably. It is fairly narrow, so a man the size of you, or a half-orc the size of you, Samok, can just barely fit. Like both your shoulders would be touching the stone as you push yourself through.
Right.
You're running up?
Yeah, I'm running up with the wolf is following me behind.
What about the rest of you guys?
I'm sorry, guys, but at this point, Furball will be turning himself invisible as he walks into the place.
Okay, so Furball is all of a sudden just gone.
Mm-hmm.
You look around and you realize it's only 3 of you left, and the half-orc is just heading up the stairs. So only 2 of you really.
Right behind him.
Oh, so you're right. So Random looks around and realizes, okay, I'm alone in this nice room.
Yeah, it's like, fuck, I need to stop spacing off. Come on, Random, get serious for once. And he starts walking up the stairs, and before he steps on the stairs, he yells out, "We're gonna find you, and I'm going to bathe in your blood." And he continues to follow everyone.
As an answer, you hear.
Random just grins.
Okay, so
he takes some.
You all get up. So like, Samok and Brunor, who's right behind him, you're already up there. The tower's only like 1 story high. It's not particularly high, and you can see there's just this tiny little room. There's only about maybe, I don't know, 10 feet by 10 feet, or say maybe 12 feet by 12 feet, and it has a single small window that's closed. And there's a few bookshelves there, and a single chair, and like a small, like a sort of like a bench where people kneel on, and that's all. And there's no one there.
Alright, and I go over to the window and kick the window open.
Okay, you bash it open, and you look outside, and you can see the dark town. The window is only about maybe this size, only about maybe, I don't know, say 15 inches or so big.
Come down from your top and face me, mighty enemy of the darkness.
So, Furball, you're alone now. You're invisible, and you're alone in this slaughterhouse. Your dark vision, sadly enough, gives you more than enough access to see all this brutal destruction all around you.
Initially, I will just try to stand completely still and just observe everything around me to see if there's anything giving something hiding from the rest of the guys away.
Give me a perception check.
That's going to be 18 on a die, and I think I'll plus 3.
Nice.
I'll just confirm it, but it's something between 18 and 21.
Okay. You don't see anything, but you hear footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps, and they're very close to you.
It was a 19, by the way. I'm a perceptive.
Okay, still. So to the left, there's somewhere to your left.
Somewhere to my left.
Yes.
Let me just get a few seconds to get into what my character would do. As my character is not a brave guy, but he knows why he's here. Would I be able to like point out the direction of the footsteps?
Vague direction, not like exactly. It's just it's hollowing a little bit because of the like structure of the church, and the footsteps are fairly stealthy. So you just basically hear like shuffling a few steps and then nothing. But it came somewhere from the left.
This is going to be a very stupid question. And since it's going to be a very stupid question, I'm going to do it before asking it. Because it's very meta game if I ask it first.
Yeah.
Out of reflection, I'm going to cast Magic Missile towards where I believe it is.
So magic missile, you have to target something with magic missile.
Yeah,
Burning
Magic Missile
hand.
automatically hits a target. And since I think I know where the footsteps are, it's entirely up to you.
But you don't have a target as such. You just have a direction. That's not good enough for magic missile.
Oh, okay, I thought I could point out where I believe the footsteps were.
Sorry? Yeah, you heard them somewhere on your left, but you don't have like that's just a direction. That's not like
okay, it's just a general direction. Okay.
Yeah, you can't say like, oh, that was like right there next to that corpse or something like that.
No, I would be fine with you saying, oh, you picked the wrong tile on the floor or something like that. But I understand your point.
No, as you like reach inwards and try to find like the words of the spell, you realize you can't cast it properly because you don't have any target.
But would I? I saw that all the people in my company went the other direction.
Yeah, they went up the stairs, which is to your left as well. Actually, the stairs are to your left as well, but they're a bit further away. You're like basically at the entrance, or very close to the entrance, whereas the steps are at the back part of the church, close to the altar.
He will just stay completely still to see if anything will manifest in the next few seconds.
All right, nothing. So it's you guys up there. What are you doing? As I drop my die and it disappears. I'll be back in a sec.
I don't know. Like the orc would turn around and look at the dwarf and say, "He's not up here," and and start walking and start running down the stairs and see what he can see as he runs downstairs. Perhaps the creature might be still downstairs.
Okay, you run downstairs, you look around with your dark vision, which is good enough so you can see the whole building of the church, which isn't massive. It's not like a cathedral. It's a rather small temple. You look around and everything's dark and everything's still. The only thing you can hear is like the dripping of blood from fresh wounds out of the corpses.
Can I perceive if there's anything like still in this room or not?
No?
Okay. I look around and I look for my friend, the wizard. I sort of like.
He's not there. You have no idea where your wizard's up, gone. You're like, oh shit, maybe he was taken as well. He's just disappeared. Like all the people in town have disappeared, except for these here who are slaughtered. Anyway, Random and Brunor, as Somok runs down the stairs again, and after he's shouting out the window, what do you guys do?
Well, first, Random's once again, he's going to cast his see invisibility spell.
All right.
So he takes the two powders, combine them again, starts muttering whatever he mutters, and places his the glowing powder over his eyes. So, and
you're casting it as a ritual again.
Pretty much, yeah.
But that takes 15 minutes, though. You are aware of that.
All right. Hold on.
Ritualistic casting takes 15 minutes.
Let me check. See if it's an actual. Casting time for see invisibility is one action.
Yes. But if you cast it as a ritual, every spell cast takes 15 minutes to cast. That's just a rule for ritualistic casting.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
You can cast it normally, and then it's just one action. That's
Yeah, I'll just cast it normally.
Okay, so remove a spell slot then, and yeah, your eyes glow up a little bit as the magic settles down there. Brunor, what are you doing?
Brunor is looking around for any tracks that might have been left by the monster.
Okay, so in the tower up there, yeah?
In the tower and then on the way down, yes.
Okay, give me survival. Actually, yeah, it would be survival. Actually, this is inside a building. Survival doesn't make much sense. Give me an investigation check.
That is a...
Or a perception, whichever you prefer. Like, whichever is higher.
16.
Okay. There's no tracks here. You don't see any blood, spatters, or anything like that.
And then I head down.
All right.
And are there any tracks downstairs?
Well, I mean, there's blood everywhere, so it's kind of a bit tricky to find tracks. Because there's literal pools of blood. Like 20 people have died in here.
Yes.
Torn apart. So there's like pools of blood covering most of the surfaces in this room.
Yes, but I mean, that would make it easier to find disturbances and footprints.
Not really, no. Unless there's like clear areas where you have like bloody footprints. This is like puddles. And underneath is stone. So if someone steps into a puddle with stone underneath, he doesn't leave behind a trail. Because the stone doesn't take it, and the blood doesn't take it either. But yeah, I mean, you see a few footprints, because obviously you've been inside here. Anyway, so now Somok and Brunor are standing in the main room, looking around. Where is Random at the moment? Robert?
Oh, sorry.
Are you going down as well, or are you staying up there in the tower for now?
He's thinking, trying to decide whether or not he should stay up. After a few moments, he's like, yeah, I think we should stay together. And he turns around and starts walking back down. All
right. As you step down there, behind Somok and Brunor, you look around. The first thing you notice is there is a invisible gnome to your right, standing just close to the entrance, super still. And the second thing you notice is there is a very large shape hovering in midair in the middle of the church, looking straight at you. And as soon as you look at it, it raises its arms, and you can see a large toothy grin appearing, 2 yellowish white eyes, as the creature reaches out towards you and says, "Ah, shh," and a freezing gust of air streaks through the hallway, through the church, and where it touches the ground, the blood freezes, and the corpses freeze, and the freezing gust hits Brunor, Somok, and Random. You are all surprised. So you can give me dexterity checks to avoid this, but you have disadvantage on them. So dexterity saving throws.
Danger sense. Hey!
Danger sense does not help you because you do not see it coming. Danger sense only helps you if you see the attack coming.
Okay.
Just to check, this is not a spell, I assume?
This is a spell.
Then I will try to counterspell it.
Okay.
If I see it happen.
Yeah, let me check how the counterspell rules work.
If it's above level 3, I do need to check.
It is above level 3.
DC 10 plus level.
It is above level 3. Much.
Oh, then it's DC 10 plus level, I think.
Let me see that real quick. Counters. No, come on. App's not working. Counterspell. There we go.
Do your DC, then, my good friend.
Let me check that real quick before you roll. Let's see how it's working.
Don't think it matters much.
So, Cone of Cold. Counterspell. Reaction. Oh, actually, you cannot do it because you do not see the creature that is casting the spell. You have to see the creature when it's casting the spell, and you only see it only goes visible after it has cast the spell, because then the invisibility drops. So you cannot use counterspell.
Okay.
Anyway, dexterity saving throws from Brunar, Somok, and Random, please.
Alright, well,
That is
I
a success for Somok, alright.
I failed.
Okay. And Brunar? Ah, sorry, not Brunar, Random.
$18.
With disadvantage?
Oh, with disadvantage.
Yeah.
That would be. Let's see. I think so because I rolled an 18 on my die.
Yeah, so you roll 2 dice and take the lower one.
Ah, hold on there.
So you have to re-roll it.
Okay, 17 then.
That's a success. So. So, Brunner, who failed, takes 28 cold damage, and Somok and Random, you both take 14 cold damage.
Okay.
As you feel this freezing cold spell hit you in the face, trying to pour itself into your lungs and freeze you and just break you. But both Brunner, actually Brunner's just standing there and gets like blue ice on his figure now. Somok and Random because he sort of saw it coming, and Somok because some barbaric instinct warned him in the very last second, managed to jump aside and only take a little bit of it.
Okay. Okay.
And we are in initiative. This was surprise round. So Furball, you're up. You can now see this massive, big thing, probably at least 7 or actually more like 9 feet high, wrapped in like a black cloak with long, massive claw arms. You see it sort of from the side, and long white hair that reaches down, falling out from the cloak, and this toothy grin with these yellow glowing eyes, and it's floating in mid-air.
Okay, quick question.
Yeah.
Okay, one of the racial things a tiefling gets is called hellish rebuke.
Yeah.
It says one reaction when you take a response.
You cannot use reactions when you are surprised. And you were surprised, so you cannot do that. But next, like afterwards, sure. Anyway, Furball, or the Great Giorgio, whatever you prefer, you are up. What are you doing?
Reaction-wise, I would.
You're still invisible, by the way.
Yeah, I would lightning bolt at it.
Okay, so you like zzz, and grow visible as soon as you shoot it at it.
Yeah, I don't know if it will grant me any benefits or.
It will. Yes, I will give it disadvantage on the saving throw because you surprised it in turn.
Yeah, but to its defense, I tried to counterspell when I couldn't see it, so it's entirely up to you.
No, you couldn't try to counterspell because you couldn't react.
I know.
It happened very quick. Anyway, so your DC is 15. All right, so that's a dexterity saving throw, I believe, against lightning bolt. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is a 17 and a 13, so it fails.
Okay.
Roll damage. The creature is electrocuted in midair and just goes. Ah!
I'll roll it in the
whatever you want.
If that's okay.
Yeah, sure. Whatever you prefer.
8d6, so that's going to be
30 damage. Nice.
Yeah.
It screams as it just like lightning streaks through it. And it looks over towards you, and now it is its turn. So we'll streak towards you now, you're visible, and it reaches up and it strikes down with its claws against you.
And it should be really bad at not hitting me because I have no defense. I have an AC of 13 at the moment.
Yep, it will probably hit you. Oh, that could be a miss actually. The second one. That's that's an 11. It does actually manage to miss. You managed to duck under the first attack. Just sheer terror, making you really agile all of a sudden. But the second claw hits you in the side, and
Would he get because he's a gnome? Would he get size difference bonus thing?
No, nothing for 5th.
Right. There's no such thing in 5th edition yet. And that will be 6 points of slashing damage.
Oh, that was way less than I.
And the creature, yeah, I rolled crap. The creature also still hovering, sort of about in the air. Also says, and a great sword appears in its hands.
Oh, that one I'm gonna counterspell.
That is sadly not a spell.
Ah, I'm not gonna counterspell then. I thought it was magic weapon.
Nope. It is an actual greatsword that appears in its hands. Like a long blade covered with reddish runes. Alright, Random, your turn.
Alrighty. Let's see. Okay, he's like, so, you finally made yourself appear, you ugly old bastard. Everyone just sees Random get all excited as he holds out his hand, and let's see, and he is going to cast Crown of Madness at the big ugly guy. That's
all right.
Say level 2.
The crown, you focused on it. A jagged crown of black iron appears around its head, but the creature just looks back to you and smiles. And the crown disappears.
He's like, damn all.
You want to do anything else?
No. He's just gonna stand there, just staring at this creature.
All right. Samok.
Okay, so this is what happens. Samok stands up, he wipes or licks the little bit of a bit of frost on his thing. Now you see the opposite side of Samok. He gets his axe in his hand and roars with a mighty orky roar. He goes, "Whoa!" And then he goes into a rage. His muscles intense. His body gets all muscular, and he now becomes immune to when he rages. He gets immune.
I know.
It gets immune to piercing and bloody weapons, and he runs.
Not immune, just half damage.
Half damage, yeah. And he runs towards the moves closer to the spiritual thing with his axe.
It's not spiritual at all. It has massive muscles and a very large body. This is not a ghost.
Okay, and I'm going to attack it with my axe.
Okay.
Right. Okay, I get to do 2 attacks with it since I'm a level 5.
You do get to do 2 attacks.
And also, and let me see. Something I got to read this carefully.
No, that's 2 attacks. You do get bonus damage because you're raging.
Yes.
But other than that, it's just 2 normal attacks.
Yes. But there is a thing called frenzy, but I've got to look into it. Hang on.
Frenzied attack.
As a bonus?
Yeah, but you can't use that because you used your bonus action to rage. You would have three attacks, but you have to do that. You'll be able to do it yet next turn, but not this turn.
Okay. So. Right. So when I attack, my strength is doubled, isn't it?
No, it's not doubled. It's just normal straight attack.
Okay. Right now. So here comes the first swing of my axe. Wah! Oh, I crit! I crit! And when I crit as an orc,
That is Uh, 42 points of damage.
Yes. Oh my god. Oh my god.
All right, so you run up to it, you jump, and you swipe your axe through. It tries to parry with the greatsword, but you break through its defenses and cut deep into his side, carving a giant wound out of this creature. And it screams, "Ah!" as black ichor blood comes spewing out and hits the floor. The second attack.
Sorry. I'm so sorry, GM.
That's all right.
Okay. Right.
Fight's not over yet.
Alright,
That is another hit.
okay. And I do 12 points of damage to it.
All right. And Brunor, your turn.
Grunar shivers and flexes as he snaps the icicles off his destroyed top layer of skin, and he looks to the beast, and his eyes narrow as he marks it as his quarry, using his hunter mark as a bonus action. And for his regular attack actions, you'll see him heft his powerful battle axe, or great axe I should say, as he attempts to drop it upon the creature twice.
What's your speed?
25?
Yeah, you won't be able to attack it. It's 30 feet away from you this turn. So you're standing at the very foot of the stairs, and it moved 30 feet toward. Actually, it's like 35, nearly 40 feet. Anyway, but you won't be able to reach it, I'm afraid, unless you do a dash action this turn.
I'm sensing the DM boning, but I will heft my hand axe and I will throw it at him instead.
Just to make you understand, the church is obviously larger than 20.
All right, I will throw my battle axe upon this creature.
You've been standing next to the altar. I did say that the staircase is right next to the altar, and I also said that Furball is standing next to the entrance, and the creature is now standing next to Furball, and the altar is in the very back of the church.
I will move 25 feet, and I will throw a hand axe instead.
Okay, you can do that.
That's 20 a lot to hit.
That is a hit.
And I will, the creature will take, those are some very impressive dice rolls, 6. The creature will take a total of 10 damage as the hand axe flies across the room and hits it. Alright,
Furball, you're up. You can see this creature is now all of a sudden looking afraid. Its yellow eyes that were just a moment ago filled with superiority, now that several large wounds that have appeared on its body doesn't look happy at all.
As an additional lightning bolt would be somewhat danger close, I assume, since I have a lot of friends now.
Actually, you could do it because it's hovering above you, so you could shoot it at the ceiling.
That would be so safe. Okay, yeah, I'll try to do that then.
All right.
Bring out the big cannons again.
And that is a that's a fail. So you again.
Wow. That was a lucky one. Let us see how we roll.
Okay, so you concentrate.
32.
You focus your lightning. You shoot it upwards. Just as the creature looks back towards you, you take it full in the face, and it screams as the lightning bolt melts its face clean off, and its head implodes, and its body falls to your feet, dead.
Oh! You can see Furball being equally scared as he was before he died from this scene. He's totally not having hit anything with a lightning bolt before. So he's like, okay, well, I guess this was a good thing. And he looks really scared.
Alright. And that's the end of the adventure.
I pick up the head, and they go, "Ah!" to all the party members and say, "Well done, mighty wizard," and they sort of like do like a gangman style sort of dance, like "Ah!"
Okay. So
Yeah,
because the Gangnam Style dance, you take 80 points of fire damage as the wrath of God shoots through the air. Because Pelor hates that shit, and you're in his temple.
By the
And
way, Furball changes his belief to this god now.
Okay. You can see Samok going up in a puff of smoke, two eyes standing there for a moment, then falling to the ground and bouncing away, as the rest of his figure is turned into ashes. No, not really.
Yeah, everyone sees Random start dashing towards the dead body, and he jumps, and right before he lands into the blood and gunk, you hear him yell out, "I told you I was going to swim in your blood, you bastard!" And he just starts rolling around like a cat taking in too much catnip.
All right. And that is how the members of the militia find you. That is how the members of the militia find you, as they rush in through the doors. A lot of blood, and you're bathing in it. And
you see me holding this giant skull above my head, like roaring and saying, and sort of shaking the wizard's hand, and saying, "Well done, wizard! You did well."
and the militia nearly kills Random, but you can make them believe that this was not his work, even though he's bathing in the blood of the, in the church.
I'm too busy.
All right.
I'm just too busy shaking the wizard's hands.
That was super anticlimactic.
Oh my god! I'm sorry.
On my next turn, I was going to cast Magic Missile as a level 3 spell, because I still had 2 level 3 spell slots. So that was going to up that damage, and along with my meta magic, I was going to spend a whatever it's called for that, and then on top of that, Wild Magic Surge. So yeah, it was about to get all kinds of crazy.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Without the critical, you would never have killed it in 1 turn. Probably not even 3 turns. And also can cast all kinds of funny things, and it can fly. So it could have gotten the fuck out of there easily. But because you took like 110 damage, or actually 140 nearly 140 damage in 1 turn, it kind of did.
Yeah.
What was it? Was it a lich?
No, that was an Oni.
Oh.
And only I don't think I know what I killed.
No, you don't. But yes, an Oni is a challenge rating 7 monster, and this one was actually slightly buffed, so it should have been a pretty hard fight for you guys.
Well, I was just lucky. Like the dice.
But, yes, the gods were with Samok today. Anyway, to our YouTube viewers, we are signing off. Thank you for watching. The fight didn't turn out the way I wanted it, but I hope you still had fun with the adventure. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.